Good morning. Not a rookie, you know. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the August 21st, 2026 Committee of Bar Examiners meeting. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. I'm now calling this meeting to order, and I'm going to ask Adrian to call the roll.
Bolton.
Here.
Burns. Not present. Cow. Not present. Dill.
Here.
Thank you. Gongora. Not present. Kayajian.
Here.
Thank you. Kramer.
Here.
Lawrence. Not present. Lee.
Here.
Justice Misiwala.
Here.
Montgomery.
Here.
Poole. Not present. Reed.
Here.
Reyes.
Here.
Judge Reyna.
Here.
Silva Guzman.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Yokelson.
Here.
Chair, that's 13 members. We have quorum.
Thank you. So we have two members appearing remotely today, as required by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Members appearing remotely must appear visibly or on camera, except if a member is unable to appear by video due to connectivity challenges. If that is the case, please provide an explanation. Members, whether in person or remote, should raise their hands when leaving and returning to the meeting if they will be absent for more than 5 minutes. So first up on the agenda is a call for public comment. Before we begin public comment, I would like to remind everyone that under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, public comments must pertain to items that are on the agenda or be related to items that are within the jurisdiction of this agency. Specifically, the committee exercises oversight on admissions matters, including the California bar exam, the first-year law students exam, moral character applications, and law school regulation. The CBE does not have authority over attorney discipline, and there are no attorney discipline matters on the agenda for today's meeting. Members of the public wishing to comment were encouraged to submit written comments prior to the meeting to ensure that the committee would have time to consider those comments. The committee has received and read all the written public comments. We thank you for that. To facilitate hearing as many members of the public as possible, I encourage you not to repeat points that were made by previous speakers. We do have a full agenda today, and we will be recessing this meeting at noon for the Subcommittee on Testing Accommodations and Eligibility meeting. We will return to complete the CBE agenda at the conclusion of that subcommittee's meeting. As a result of these time constraints, I'm going to exercise the option to limit each speaker's time to 2 minutes or to close the public comment period after 2 hours, which includes a 10-minute break or after the first 100 speakers, whichever occurs first. For those who are participating by Zoom video, you should have a function for virtually raising your hand. It is a hand icon and should appear at the bottom center of your screen. If you wish to address the committee, please click on the hand icon now, and the committee coordinator will call on you in the order that hands are raised. For those who are participating by phone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9. That is the star key and then the number 9. Doing so will alert staff that you would like to make a comment, and the committee coordinator will call on you and open your microphone so that you can address the committee. Staff will have an on-screen countdown timer visible to all attendees during the duration of your public comment. The timer's 2-minute countdown will begin as soon as you start your comment. The on-screen timer will flash throughout the final 10 seconds. We will begin public comment with individuals attending in person. We will then move to individuals who signed up to provide public comment in advance, followed by those who raise their hands virtually but have not signed up in advance. So, with that in mind, is there anybody here in San Francisco who wishes to make public comment?
Chair, we have no in-person comments in San Francisco.
And in Los Angeles?
There's no Los Angeles office.
All right. With that in mind, let's go through the advanced signups. Adrian?
First was Jessica Jacobs. I don't see in attendance. Next was Dietrich Reinhardt.
Mr. Reinhardt, are you there? Dietrich Reinhardt?
Dietrich, I've allowed you to speak.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes will start now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Dietrich Reinhardt. I'm a current JD student at St. Francis School of Law, scheduled to graduate in October of 2027. And I'm speaking on behalf of my cohort of 17 students. I am here regarding the St. Francis Teach Out Plan application. St. Francis identified 4 partner schools. We have now received information from 3, and serious concerns have emerged. Cal Northern informed me that because of the quarter to semester conversion, it cannot offer enough remaining coursework for me to reach the state bar's 80 semester unit minimum. Trinity, the second school, advised that I should anticipate losing earned credits and that my earliest graduation would be May 2028, 7 months after my scheduled St. Francis graduation. And then the third school, a member of our cohort, was advised by Northwestern California that its program requires a substantially different 52-week self-study structure, provides no credit for partial years, and that no special arrangement with St. Francis had been worked out beyond waiving an additional year normally required of transfer students. These are 3 of only 4 schools presented to us as transfer pathways. Our primary request is simple: extend the internal St. Francis Teach Out through fall 2027. St. Francis is already allowing winter and spring 2027 graduates to remain. 3 additional quarters would allow our cohort to finish where we enrolled and preserve our academic progress. If that is not possible, we ask that additional viable teach out partners be secured. 4 options provide little protection if 3 already present substantial obstacles. Any transfer-based solution should preserve our earned credits, avoid unnecessary additional coursework and costs, and keep students substantially under existing graduation timelines. We thank you on behalf of my cohort. Thank you for hearing us.
All right, next we have
Daniel Chung?
correct. Oops, sorry. Daniel Chung, your mic's been unmuted.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Chung. I currently serve as the chair of the new lawyer section of the California Lawyers Association, which most of you may know as the California Young Lawyers Association, which is our former name. I wanted to speak to you today briefly to highlight one of the resolutions that was passed by the Young Lawyers Division of the American Bar Association regarding testing the bar exam and what happened in Washington. So I'm speaking to the item that's coming up on your agenda regarding that. This is Resolution 26-10YL. This resolution simply urges committees like yourself to consider implementation of a policy to hold vendors' proctor contracts accountable and to be transparent if any incidents arise. Fortunately, I know that we have some time before the NextGen bar exam will be implemented in California. And so I just wanted to take a moment to ask that your committee consider implementing some safeguards and transparency mechanisms as you discuss implementation of that NextGen bar exam. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for your service to our profession.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. Adrian?
Next we have Ben Davies.
Mr. Ben Davies?
Ben, your mic's been
Hi, can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to the bar. My name is Ben Davies. I'm a PhD in law graduate, a law professor at the University of Calgary Faculty of Law, a graduate of Pepperdine School of Law, and I've clerked for Justice Abby Silver of the Nevada Supreme Court, along with 3 federal judges in different states. I have law review articles. You can go and look them up if you want, and you can reach out to me at 760-518-5186. I wanted to bring up some very serious concerns about my disability discrimination by the State Bar of California for the accommodations of the test, including being lied to by members of the State Bar who claimed at the time, back in 2024, that I would have a licensed medical physician review my appeal. It was false. They lied to me. Furthermore, after 2 years of trying to get the State Bar to do something, including dozens of phone calls, emails, and portal application messages, I never got a response on most of them. And furthermore, I know about the 2023 Department of Justice complaint, which is now becoming a lawsuit. I will be submitting mine to them if my disability is not approved. I would also like to point out that it was faster for me to have a stroke and get my PhD in law and potentially graduate in the next 6 months than it is to get my accommodations approved by the State Bar. A clear sign of failure. Not only does this violate the ADA state law, but also violates the rules of professional conduct by the State Bar, most notably 8.4.1. I hope you can get back to me on this and we can find a resolution, since I will be going public with this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Benjamin Cohn.
Mr. Cohen, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Hello. Thank you. I wanted to address the work plan item, though it may dovetail with the prior comment. The work plan does have, as you remember, an item to do with further revisions to the testing accommodation procedural rules. There was a resolution passed by the committee at the request of staff when it advanced the prior rules revision initiative in 2023 that it would, after 2 exam cycles, it would retake up the timelines issues that it had been urged to do as part of the 2022 to 2023 rules revision initiative. I think that it was represented that it would be many years ago that this would be taken up, that 2 exam cycles was not anticipated to be anywhere close to what it took even to decide the prior rules revision initiative. And as recently as this year, you have passed a work plan that had it for later this year, fall 2026, despite there being internal urgings on the committee to do it sooner than that. The now your current work plan seems to have, that's attached to this agenda, seems to have slipped that to 2027. This seems to be a stalling tactic. And it does seem to violate the resolution that was already passed by the CBE, that this would be only 2 exam cycles. I know that you have said in the past that you're implementing everything that didn't facially contradict the old rules for years before the 2023 initiative went into effect officially. Even that, when it went into effect officially, that was 60 days after the Supreme Court said that you could let it take effect without them. And now there should not have been a reason why the data could not have been collected for the full February exam cycle in February of 2026. Making it officially in effect for 2 exam cycles, to have it, if it slips now to 2027 without a good reason, who's to say that the staff won't slip it again and again until they can just pretend they're going to take timelines up and not. You should know that there was a bill analysis in the California legislature that explicitly recognized the need for these reforms and the interest in the legislature based on a report that you already had to collect that data they say you don't have yet, to do that themselves. And the longer you take, the more likely they do it for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, that concludes our advanced signups. So we'll move to remote attendees. First, we have Mr. Kai On. Kai On, your mic's been unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Kai On from Sacramento. All members, you are serving State Bar of California is to keep a fair justice system. However, political power is controlling State Bar and Judicial Council not to investigate Sacramento DA office and Sacramento Police Department. Make up a story of Mr. Jung So Fong hit and run kill my father Woon Kong On. DA case number 99F08735. Political power even control UC Davis Law School, ignoring my complaint about Sacramento City Council use a UC Davis student to email me a fake police report. All the works that you are doing has no meaning. Therefore, please help me to inform California Senate Assembly and all California citizens to correct the misconduct activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carolyn Shining.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, and State Bar staff persons. My name is Carolyn Shining, and I'm here today on behalf of the LACBA, Los Angeles County Bar Association Future of Lawyering Committee, and a coalition of 62 bar associations who believe deeply in the importance of a California-specific component to the State Bar of California's new lawyer bar examination. With the preliminary recommendation due to the court by February 2027, we ask the committee use that time to draw directly on the California Bar Association leaders and practicing lawyers. You will find that our members can bring priceless skills-based expertise to help shape this important milestone for new lawyers. LACBA and our 62 member associations stand ready to convene those practitioners, gather focused input, and submit written comment as your timeline develops. Let us be a resource. We want this component to succeed, to ensure that access to justice is embodied for the protection of Californians, and we are ready to help you bring that to life. My comments will be followed by LACBA President Teresa Leitz, who I think is here ready also to give some guiding and concrete principles for you to think about and consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jules Sarkar.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Jules Sarkar. I'm an attorney in California, and I'm here this morning to urge this committee to seek the postponement or the rescission of the contract for the NextGen bar exam with the NCBE after it failed to deliver its exam around the nation this past month. Your staff has shared with you the statement that the NCBE released after the Washington Supreme Court had to intervene when the NCBE failed to deliver its exam to hundreds of test takers in Washington and did so with many difficulties to other test takers around the nation. I've also included that statement in my email to you, but I've compared that with other representations that NCB has made to you through our admission staff back in March, as well as to the press. Specifically, you were pressured to adopt this NextGen bar exam before it was released, and you were told through admission staff that NCBE Chief Product Officer Kara Smith represented to you the NCBE is, quote, extremely confident in the ability of the platform to support all test takers, unquote, and they talk about how the system performed with 90,000 downloads, and that they'd be able to do it no problem if every jurisdiction opted into NextGen. But after they failed to deliver the exam, they told a very different story to the news media. They said the platform performed as expected throughout today's administration, despite the failures. First, they said that the problems were site specific. Then the Washington Supreme Court had to intervene because they weren't able to deliver. And they presented that statement that's included in your materials, which the statement doesn't say what the NCBE is sorry for. And unlike that previous statement that's the press, it doesn't say whether the problem was site specific or specific to the NCBE. It only offered to investigate the problem. So as more time has passed by, the NCBE has shown less and less knowledge with the passage of time, which guarantees that it'll be end in disaster here in California. So I urge this committee to either postpone adoption or to rescind the contract entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment is going to be Teresa Leitz.
Ms. Leaks?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning. Sorry about that. I'm president of the Los Angeles County Bar Association, assistant chief counsel at the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, and chair of NASA's Franchise Project Group. I've spent many years building consensus among diverse stakeholders, and I understand and appreciate how challenging and essential that is for your work. I have the following recommendations. First, the guiding principles for the California component should prioritize public protection, meaningful engagement with the legal community, and outreach that produces representative feedback from California judges, California bar associations, and California law school deans. Second, the purpose of the California component is to strengthen public protection by testing substantive knowledge of California law so that new attorneys who enter practice enter with a real understanding of core California legal principles. Third, the California component should be a substantive, knowledge-based assessment that measures true competency in California-specific law. It should be shaped by input from California's legal community and designed to ensure applicants can competently serve the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rob Seifert.
Oh, good morning, everyone, and thank you for hearing me out. But my name is Rob Seifert, and I am a second-year law student at St. Francis. And I found out last week that, of course, that they're shutting down. And I'm having a lot of issues trying to transfer over to a new law school and not to have negative impacts on my graduation date and what can be transferred over. So as of today, I still have not been accepted to Purdue because they can't seem to get a official transcript from my school. And I'm being told that I may not be able to start until January, which will delay my graduation even further into 2029. And we went back to our school asking that if we weren't accepted, could they change one of our classes that I'd have to take at the end of the year to be something that transfers over to the new school? And they're telling me no. So not only am I being negatively impacted right now, my graduation was supposed to be August or September of 2028. It's already going to be December of 2028 at this point. And now there's a potential it could move into 2029 if they don't let me start in September. And if I can't start in September and they make me take another class at St. Francis that I can't transfer over, I'm losing money and I'm losing time. That's just not acceptable. And I'd hope that you can help work with the schools to help get those people that are directly impacted into the new school faster and with minimum or no impact on the cost to us and the time in which we're graduating. I liked St. Francis. I don't want to be in this position. I have no choice, and I should not be negatively impacted by the decisions others have made.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, there are no additional public comments.
Okay. Thank you.
Alan, can I say something quickly?
Josh, yes.
I think that the staff and the committee should do everything they can to work with the applicant, Ben Davies, that called in about the testing accommodations. The potential violation of the ADA is a concern that I brought up repeatedly about working with NCB, and I don't think this is an issue that we want to continue to wade into.
Thank you, Josh. Well, the next item on the agenda is the chair's report. Please bear with me. This will be a little bit longer than normal. First, I want to start with congratulating Justice Mesiwala, Judge Reyna, wherever you are. There you are. And our vice chair, Ashley Silva Guzman, for being reappointed by the committee for another term, reappointed by the Supreme Court. These appointments were announced this week, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to be one of the first to congratulate them. All three are extraordinary members, and we are very lucky to have you continue on. More to the point, I am thrilled to announce that the Supreme Court has appointed Ashley Silva Guzman as committee chair beginning next month. So you can't sit here quite yet, but
I'll get there.
You got 3 more weeks. And appointed Kareem Gongora to serve as vice chair. They are both active, engaged, intelligent, and experienced members of the committee who are going to lead us well. And this next year will be a very important year. This is my last meeting as chair of the committee, but I will be staying on the committee as a member. And I just wanted to say a few things about this last year. As always, the committee does its work, but we cannot do our work without the support of staff. And in particular, I want to thank Donna for guiding us and helping us through this year, very tumultuous year. Counsel, Gina, thank you. Laura, you're new to the bar, but thank you for jumping in and joining with us. Adrian, all of our other staff members. Thank you all so much for the help and the assistance you've given. And more to the point, I just want to recognize all the accomplishments of this past year. As we all know, this has been a trying year. The bar has faced many challenges, but I believe that we have at least put behind us or addressed to the best of our ability the fallout and the issues that arose with the February 2025 bar examination. We've done the best that we can to address those issues and to remedy all of the things that developed during that time. We've also had the audit from the legislature. We've studied those recommendations. We've taken them to heart, and we welcome that input, and we look forward to the future. Most importantly, we've put us on a new path. The necessity was there to develop a new California bar examination. I realize that this was the subject of a lot of discussion, and there are opposing views. Those views are very well taken. Ultimately, we have gone down a path to set us on that goal, which we will be working on for the next 2 years. And Ashley, it's going to be a challenge in the next few months coming up with a recommendation for the California component. And I look forward to helping. Most importantly, I want to thank all of the committee members for your work and your support. Members of the public may not understand that the bar examination, although that is the high ticket item that gets all the attention, there's a lot of other work that goes on. All of the work involving testing accommodations, testing accommodation appeals, the entire moral character component of the state bar. These are very important and time-consuming efforts that our volunteers on this committee have put in countless hours on, and of course the support of staff in that area. So I want to thank everybody and thank everybody for a memorable year. And moving on, I have the pleasure of announcing that we have 3 new members of the committee. James Poole was appointed by the Speaker of the California Assembly. James, I'm not sure if you're here. Doesn't appear you're here remotely. That's fine. We'll catch you at the next one. But Jack Kajian, Jack, I mispronounced your name. Could you introduce yourself and tell us a little something about yourself?
Absolutely. It is an honor to be here. And I'm sorry I couldn't make it to San Francisco, but I will definitely be there for the next in-person meeting. Thank you for that brief introduction. My name is Jack Kayajian. I'm born and raised in Los Angeles. I work for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office as a field deputy for the sheriff. I've had 14 years in the city of LA, working from, for the mayor, for council, public works, and city attorney's office. Good, labor background, and also very just involved with the Armenian community. So it's great to be here, and thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to working with each and every single one of you.
Jack and I actually work in adjoining buildings, and Jack, I know we're going to get over there and get together in the next couple of weeks and talk.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
And then there's Aaron Dill. Aaron, please introduce yourself and tell us something about yourself.
Awesome. Good morning. Good to see everybody there. I apologize I'm not there in person, but I do plan on being at the next meeting in person as well. My name is Aaron Dill. I'm from the great city of San Bernardino. Proud to be from there. I went to an HBCU in Huntsville, Alabama called Oakwood University. I came back and did policy work. So my main career has been in policy work. I currently do healthcare policy for an FQHC, or federally qualified health center in San Bernardino called SAC Health. Prior to that, I worked for the state assembly for about 4 years. I worked in the governor's office of business and economic development, covering grants for Governor Newsom for a little over a year. And then I've done some nonprofit work. So this is a little bit not outside of my comfort zone because I do policy work, but it's a different mix, and I'm happy to be in a new space, and it's great to meet you all. I've worked closely with Kareem. I'm also from the IE. He's from Fontana, so it's good to have him serving as the vice chair. And congratulations to you, Alan, for a job well done this past year, and looking forward to it.
You say that now. Aaron, welcome to the committee. And then finally, those of you who are here in the room, we have a new face at the dais here, Joe McClintock, who is our new program director of the Office of Admissions. Joe, welcome, and why don't you introduce yourself and tell us something about you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I'm thrilled to be working here. I've been here now 2 weeks, but I've been talking with Donna and Laura and Alan and others for months, leading up to this decision and, this important work of the development of the California component. And I've been in testing over 25 years, worked in all various types of tests, like norm reference tests. LSAT would be an example. I didn't work on that one, but that's a norm reference test. Criterion reference test, education test, end of grade test, and all those kind of tests, they have their own unique challenges and unique solutions. And I'm looking forward to hearing what the California component is going to look like and helping the staff to realize what the vision of the CBE will be.
Thank you, Joe. And Joe, we've lured you out here from North Carolina, right?
Yeah, well, I'm still in North Carolina, but I will be here in the next few months or so. So okay. I'm excited. My wife's excited, and we're not excited about packing up the house, but we'll get there.
Welcome to California.
Thank you.
So as part of Ashley's reappointment, she was moved out of the new attorney slot and into another vacant attorney slot, leaving the new attorney slot open for someone who still meets the criteria of having been admitted to the bar within the past 3 years. When the committee considered applicants who recommended the Supreme Court for the one remaining position, they noted the gender imbalance in the committee and were concerned that perhaps the outreach efforts did not meet sufficient members of the potential female candidates. So we are re-recruiting for the single position, one new California attorney, the position of new California attorney. The recruitment is open through October 16. For more information, please go to www.calbar.ca.gov, about us /who we are /committees. So with that in mind, let me turn to just a few substantive updates. Committee members should recall that we proposed revisions to the Certified Law Student Program rules. These rules were approved by the Supreme Court in March and became effective June 1st. These rules shorten the timeline to apply for the program for those seeking to join the program, that is certified law clerks post-law school. Previously, so long as applicants sat for the first bar exam for which they were eligible, they could apply after the bar exam ended, even though the program runs no later for when they were released. Under the new rules, the applicants have 30 days from the date of graduation to apply, which is a little bit different. After hearing from a number of district attorney and public defender's offices, the admissions office reevaluated the new rules and determined that the best interpretation of the amendments is that 30-day requirement to apply for the certified law student program applies prospectively only to those who graduated or completed their law studies on or after June 1st, 2026, the effective date of the new rules. Anyone who has been denied because of the expiration of that 30-day period has since had their applications reconsidered. Notice of this change in interpretation has been posted on the State Bar website and on the applicant portal and communicated to the media and those agencies who contacted the State Bar. And finally, I want to note that since our last meeting, the report of the state auditor on the February 2025 bar examination was released. The audit contains 6 recommendations, all of which the State Bar agreed to, finding that the auditor's recommendations align with and validated actions planned, underway, or taken to improve our policy and procedures. In light of the comprehensiveness of that audit, on August 4th of this year, the Board of Trustees directed staff to submit a letter to the Supreme Court noting that the board concluded that there were no longer any issues related to the exam that warranted further investigation and called an end to the independent internal investigation that had been initiated. The letter to the court can be found on the State Bar's website under the news section. And with that, I will conclude my chair's report.
A question, Alan?
Yes, sir.
So there's some technological lessons, I think, from February that at least I'm interested in hearing about what we learned about connectivity problems, because as we now know from
the Washington experience
recent exam, that those are going to be a hard nut for us to crack. And I want to keep an eye on that. So Donna, I wonder if staff could, I'm not suggesting, certainly don't hire consultants. I don't want to spend a lot of money on this, but what we have gathered during the course of the litigation and responding to the audit, I'd like to see made available to us, at least in a summary form, so we can see if it helps inform our future oversight efforts.
See what exactly?
Well, what went wrong with the technical side? The audit focused on, basically concluded the technological vendor didn't perform. Don't really know why, what went wrong. Was it I think they were using Amazon servers. Did they have an outage? I'm not sure what's going on, but whatever we know, it would be nice to know now if we're in a place where the litigation is settled, so we're not worried about that. Maybe it will help not at all, but I won't know that till I see it.
I think that has to be an important component of our planning for the next round.
That's going to be my focus on, if I'm still on the exam administration subcommittee, that how we deal with that. It may come at a cost that's scary, having a complete backup system, for instance. But we need to
think about that going forward. As one of the public commentators noted, this could be a huge issue. So I agree.
And I would just note that the state audit was really focused on the State Bar. and what the state bar did or didn't do, and not looking at our vendors, not looking at how the vendor administered the exam, but rather, right, what the state bar knew, what the state bar did, how the state bar managed its contractors. So that's why you wouldn't have seen any of that information. That wasn't part of what they were gathering and what they were analyzing during the audit.
No, I think I'm more interested in whatever we discovered by way of discovery during the lawsuit.
Paul, we can consider whether we can have a closed session item on that, notwithstanding the fact that litigation has concluded with Measure Learning. Some of what was produced in discovery was subject to protective orders, and we do have confidentiality obligations. So I think there are ways to evaluate what was learned on a prospective, so that you have that information prospectively. I think it's also important to consider that the platform that the Supreme Court has now ordered with NextGen is different than what was used in Measure Learning. So it's not going to be an apples to apples comparison, but we can consider whether a closed session future agenda item could be.
Yeah, I don't think it relates to the security of our exams. It would fit under that rubric pretty well.
And I think what Paul is saying is, regardless of the platform, that needs to be part of our evaluation, our preparation, to make sure that we have the bandwidth to do this.
We will be smarter consumers maybe next time.
Yes.
Let's hope.
Further comments? No. Okay. Thank you, Paul. Item 2.1 is approval of the minutes of the open committee meeting of June 12th, 2026. If everybody's had the opportunity to read the minutes, are there any suggestions, additions, edits?
I thought they looked fine. I'll move approval.
Okay, seeing none, Kramer moves to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Justice Mesiwala. Adrian, please call the roll.
Bolton,
Yes.
Burns, not present. Cow, not present. Dill,
Yes.
Gongora, not present. Kayajian,
Yes.
Kramer,
Yes.
Lawrence, not present. Lee,
Yes.
Justice Misiwala,
Yes.
Montgomery,
Yes.
Poole, not present. Reed,
Yes.
Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Reyna,
Abstain.
Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Yokelson.
Yes.
With 12 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, which is on the consent calendar. There are 3 items on the consent calendar: administrative updates regarding law school status update and action on the Committee of Bar Examiners work plan, and approval of this report to the Supreme Court on the February 26th bar examination. Do any members wish to pull any items off the consent calendar? Julianne.
Hi, Alan. Could we pull 3.1 off the consent calendar?
Yes. Any other? All right, let's take 3.2 and 3.3 as part of the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve those two? Only 3.2 and 3.3. I'm sorry, who? Justice Mesiwala, is there a second?
Judge Rayner, I'll second.
Judge Reyna seconds. Adrian, please call the roll.
Bolton,
Yes.
Burns, not present. Cow, not present. Dill,
Yes.
Gongora, not present. Kayajian,
Yes.
Kramer,
Yes.
Lawrence, not present. Lee,
Yes.
Justice Misiwala,
Yes.
Montgomery,
Yes.
Poole, not present. Reed,
Yes.
Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Reyna,
Yes.
Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Yokelson.
Yes.
With 13 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Thank you. With respect to item 3.1, administrative updates regarding law schools, that'll be presented by Natalie Leonard. And Julianne, you had a question.
Mostly towards the St. Francis element. There were a lot of public comments regarding the teach out plan, and I wanted staff to address some of those concerns, especially if the agreements with the other law schools was sufficient for the students, and also maybe more administratively what the state bar can do to review that plan and what authority we have regarding their teach out plan.
Sure, of course. Is this on correctly? Okay, perfect. Okay, so St. Francis has an unusual schedule. It teaches 2 terms in quarters, 1 class at a time. And so it's a little bit challenging as it closes because it has graduation dates that are unusual, such as an October graduation date. As part of the transfer, the school has placed students into 2 buckets. Those that were intended to enroll and start as 1Ls in the fall have additional options because they have not started yet. All of those 4 transfer partners will be appropriate for them should they meet the admissions requirements. They're not limited to those. They can apply to any schools. Those are just schools that have been pre-briefed on what St. Francis curriculum is and the situation of the decision to close. The negotiation regarding the remaining students is ongoing. They're looking at the students that would graduate by the end of 2027 and what options are available for them, and then those that would graduate beyond 2027 to move to other possibilities. Because of that timing, they worked with Purdue Global, another CALS approved school, to map course by course so that all courses that had grades in good standing would be accepted by Purdue Global. Also, there is a financial plan in which when there is a difference in tuition, students choosing that school will have financial assistance sent directly from St. Francis to Purdue. For some of the students, it is true that not each of those transfer partners is appropriate, but that was to give more possibility to the students that were beginning as 1Ls. There will be a town hall on Tuesday. Purdue Global will attend that in addition to St. Francis. The school had a planning meeting with the State Bar to talk about some options. They'll be surfacing some options there, and we'll be standing by for questions at those times. So the students should generally have an option to stay within their graduation range and their bar exam range. So they might have been graduating in October. There may be an option for them to do so. There will be an option for them to do so by December, and that would keep them on the same bar exam track. They're also weighing the possibility of the advantage of transferring to have support in bar prep, particularly because this particular cohort could be taking one format of bar exam in February, another in July, depending on what they choose.
Thanks, Natalie. Appreciate it. Is the State Bar planning to attend the meeting next Tuesday? And then also, is there any overview or approval that the State Bar has for the teach out plan? Because from the public comments, there was concerns that they just received notice of this, you just immediately before the meeting, and there's concerns from some of the public commenters that the partners for the teach out plan aren't accepting credit. So I was wondering if there's anything the State Bar has the authority to do to make sure that all the students at least have their concerns addressed in a satisfactory way.
Right now, we were planning to look at the recording. We can look at attending, and we do have a debrief meeting set for 2 days after, enough time for follow-up questions. So that's definitely something that we can look into. The State Bar rules don't contemplate a teach-out plan, which is different than what you would see for the ABA or for this school's Accredited, the Higher Learning Commission, primarily because you've granted a lot of flexibility in transfer in terms of what can be transferred, the amount of time they have to spend resident on campus, and the credits that can be accepted. So while they will be presenting a teach-out plan to HLC, they won't be presenting a specific one here, but we will, as always, work with the students to make sure that all can have a placement that will keep them on the reasonable, similar track.
Thank you, Natalie.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions on this topic? Natalie, thank you. And by the way, Natalie, throughout this last 2 years that I've been on the committee, 3 years, has been an incredible resource and support. So thank you, Natalie. I'd be remiss for not saying that. So item 3.1 is the administrative updates regarding law schools. Is there any further discussion on this subject? Is there a motion to approve? Do I hear a motion? Dr. Bolton
And I'll second.
moves, and Ashley seconds, Silva Guzman seconds. Adrian, please call the roll.
Bolton?
Yes.
Burns, not present. Cow, not present. Dill?
Yes.
Gongora, not present. Kayajian?
Yes.
Kramer?
Yes.
Lawrence, not present. Lee?
Yes.
Justice Masiwala?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Poole, not present. Reed?
Yes.
Reyes?
Yes.
Judge Reyna?
Yes.
Silva Guzman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Yokelson?
Yes.
With 13 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Excellent. Moving on to item 4, business. Item 4.1, action on a major change. Request to add hybrid modality and modality curriculum to decrease the number of credits required for the JD program at Lincoln Law School of San Jose. Natalie?
Thank
Will
you.
be presenting. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you. Any comments from Vince or Paul before we begin? Okay. Lincoln Law School of San Jose is an accredited law school located, unsurprisingly, in San Jose. This school right now has an on-ground program, an in-classroom program, and it's the only school that has that at this point. There's been a lot of student demand to add hybrid or online options, and this school has been very creative in recruiting faculty in different places. You'll hear from the dean in a little while. She might talk to you about the very innovative habeas clinic that's going on there and some of the other adjustments they have in mind. In order to address student demand for flexibility, but also to be able to draw from a larger pool for faculty, the school has requested permission to move to a hybrid program. And because of the size of the school at this time, a class of around 25, they've asked flexibility on a class-by-class basis. So the amount of online versus in-person could change from semester to semester. This is unusual, but they plan to clearly disclose it to students. And this school has a largely local cohort of current students and alumni graduates who are very committed to the San Jose area. So they think that this flexibility will be handled well. As far as the decrease in credits, they've done so very thoughtfully. The 80 credit requirement is the minimum in your rules for California accredited law schools. They would seek to meet that minimum, but in a very thoughtful way. They will be readjusting the credit count of some courses and removing an elective requirement, but that will not reduce the opportunity for the students. They charge a flat fee per year, no matter how many classes the students take, and they will continue to offer not only the same number of electives, but potentially more, with the option to bring faculty through an online basis. And those students that choose to take electives can do so without paying more and by taking classes in the summer or during breaks. So their graduation would not be impacted, their cost profile would not be impacted, and they would still be able to take these within their current tuition budget planning. So that's the request, and based on that careful consideration, the staff recommendation is to grant.
Dean Mary Fuller, who began her term at Lincoln Law School of San Jose, is here. I understand that she would like to make a public comment. So I would like to welcome her up to join me here.
Welcome, Dean.
Thank you, Natalie. You're welcome.
Yeah, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Mic's off.
I didn't press the person. Am I on now?
You are.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. Thank you for hearing our petition. I know you have the petition, so I don't want to regurgitate those points for you. I do want you to know that this petition was approached thoughtfully and in collaboration with your staff, and thank you, Natalie, for guiding us through the proper process. Lincoln Law School serves working people and non-traditional students, as Natalie noted. And for these non-traditional students, law school is often not available. So as an evening law school, we do open our doors for these students. And many of our students, most of our students, work full-time. They have families. They do bring significant professional and life experience to law school. Our goal with this change is to make the program, not to make the program less rigorous, but instead to make the law school more accessible and more effective, while maintaining the standards that this committee demands and expects. We believe these changes will allow us to better serve our students, to strengthen their educational experience, their bar readiness, and position Lincoln well into the future. I do appreciate your consideration. Natalie noted that I might speak about our habeas clinic, for example, and I guess this is a good example of one of the experiential opportunities we think is important for our students and that we piloted last semester. Last semester with one supervising attorney and one student, we were able to gain the release of 7 unlawfully detained individuals. We thought that was outstanding and stellar. The fact is that in order to continue this type of program, we will need to have the authority to do it with remote participation because, as it turns out, our students, neither our students nor the supervising attorneys can interview detained persons in any way besides through online or remote means most of the time. That's also true about the hearings. Most of the hearings are remote hearings. The attorneys, if we are able to expand this program, for example, might come from states like Minnesota and Ohio, where we've got folks raising their hands saying they'd be happy to be supervising attorneys, but clearly they would be remote. And since that's federal law, that would be okay. We also have an opportunity to engage in an immigration clinic that would have a certain amount of in-person, but also remote engagement, particularly with respect to interviewing folks who are applying for immigration services, for example.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Dean Fuller or for Natalie? All right. Is there a resolution to post?
Yes, there is. It's slightly modified from what was posted on the agenda at the request and pleasure of the chair. We're going to put that up now. The modification is just to confirm that the effective date under the rules would generally be 180 days from an approval if you should decide to do so. Here, the school has requested a January 1st approval date, 133 days. So the motion clearly states that you provide a waiver to do that in order to limit student disruption and begin this with the winter term, which I actually believe you call the spring term. Spring term. In January. In January.
Is there any discussion concerning the resolution? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kramer. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Vince.
Vince Reyes seconds. Adrian, please call the roll.
Bolton,
Yes.
Burns, not present. Cow, not present. Dill,
Yes.
Gongora, not present. Kayajian,
Yes.
Kramer,
Yes.
Lawrence, not present. Lee,
Yes.
Justice Masiwala, Montgomery,
Yes.
Poole, not present. Reed, Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Reyna,
Yes.
Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Yokelson.
Yes.
With 13 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean Fuller, and good luck on the new program. Look at me. Yeah. All right. Next item, bear with me, is item 4.3. It's discussion and action, if appropriate, on proposed amendments to the rules and guidelines of the State Bar regarding unaccredited schools, amended rules of the State Bar 4.200 to 4.269, amended guidelines for unaccredited schools, and proposed new rules of the State Bar, Rules 4.205, registration and degree granting authority, Rule 4.221, regarding no solicitation or recruitment of current or prospective students, and 4.246, prior acquiescence required for additional law study programs. And there is a request to circulate this for public comment. This item is intended for committee discussion only, but the committee is not prohibited from taking action if it should choose to. The item is being presented by Office of Admissions Program Director Cody Hunanian and Office of Admissions Principal Program Analyst Natalie Leonard. Cody, where's Cody?
I'm right here.
Oh,
thank you so much, Chair.
You
snuck up on me there.
You skipped over 4.2, and I think we have people in the audience for that one. Do you want to?
So that was intentional, and we moved item 4.4, 4.2 to 11:35 in order to accommodate the schedule of a presenter who's going to be here for that purpose.
Okay. So there. All right. Yeah, that was discussed beforehand. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Cody,
yes.
Natalie, please.
Let me get my slide deck here. Okay. So let me just provide some background, particularly for some of our new members. Our proposed amendments to the Unaccredited Law School rules really began in 2024. The committee reviewed a first draft of our proposed amendments in December 2024 after a series of discussions, both with CS bars, where we have our law school stakeholders, as well as some preliminary discussions with the committee in the months prior to December 2024. That effort was put on pause for some period of time and really was restarted this year with the committee's work plan inclusion of a review of the rules for 2026. So at the June 2026 meeting, our last meeting, I know the members revisited the first draft that was proposed in December 2024. Today, we are bringing to the committee a revised second draft of the proposed amendments. And our purpose for today is to gain feedback from you all regarding the proposal as a whole, and also specifically a couple of notable provisions that in some ways have been part of the process from the get-go, but are, from our vantage point, kind of those that have the highest impact and are worth revisiting for member discussion. And then lastly, there's a third component to this, which is our guidelines, which are intended to interpret the rules for unaccredited law schools. We have not started to really in earnest propose amendments to the guidelines, but we would like to discuss with the members how to proceed with that set of provisions, and I'll provide some more context later in this presentation. So I want to start with just a couple of substantive changes in this August 2026 draft compared with the December 2024 draft. And because this is an initiative that occurred kind of over several years, we have provided in the attached materials attachment A and B, which is our current proposal that has tracked red line changes compared to our existing unaccredited law school rules. We've also provided as a comparison the proposal that was presented in December 2024. We have not added our kind of proposed changes on top of that version because it was getting kind of unwieldy to capture changes over multiple years, but we're providing attachments C and D as a comparison. So I want to just highlight a couple of changes that have occurred since December 2024. First, we have Rule 4206 related to student complaints. Our first draft had introduced a requirement that law schools maintain record keeping of submitted student complaints for 20 years. We have removed that in the second draft, really out of concern that that could be quite onerous for law schools and that there was an administrative burden there. We have Rule 4.208E related to waiver of requirements. Our current rules allow the Committee of Bar Examiners to adopt emergency policies. We've added a requirement here that the committee receive regular updates during a period in which emergency policies are enacted so that the committee can regularly and timely assess whether those policies should remain. There is a change to Rule 4.209D as it relates to the fees that apply to unaccredited law schools. We have, over the last several years, instituted fees that are based on enrollment, the enrollment size of a law school. Our practice has been that the enrollment figures used are those that are reported by the law schools in their disclosure statements. What we have added to the rules is just clarifying language regarding that practice. And then related to Rule 4.222, locations. We have had in our existing rule set a requirement that fixed facility law schools that have more than one location that are 10 miles apart, that they are required to register those locations as separate unaccredited law schools. We will get into this momentarily, but because this set of proposed amendments kind of reimagines the law school categories, we have proposed an amendment to this rule that would require all law schools with separate locations that are 10 miles apart to register them separately. Just a few more of these substantive changes. Educational program, Rule 4.24A5. We've added language here that makes it clear in the standards that define or that articulate what a sound program of legal education is, that when it comes to the educational program, we're really talking about a program that uses both qualitative and quantitative assessments to develop the program on the front end, to evaluate the program as it's being administered, and to improve the program. We're always seeking kind of continuous improvement. Rule 4.24A7 is probably one of the more, I think, exciting developments that have come out of the committee recently. We have introduced the practice-based training requirement in technology and competent use of technology and artificial intelligence. And as members, our existing members recall, but would be new to our new members, this was a direction that the committee provided staff at its April 2026 meeting that we should pursue this addition. And it was informed based on discussions with our law schools as well. Rule 4.24A9, as it relates to requirements for admission, we have under our current rules a requirement that a law school receive transcripts from its students within 45 days, or that student must be dismissed. We have added in the proposed amendments a requirement that law schools must also receive from their students evidence that they've registered with the state bar within the required 90-day window, or that they've received an extension from the state bar showing good cause, or dismiss the student. This is really critical for our ability to both monitor the progress of students and also to oversee the law schools, because without student registration, we really don't have much ability to kind of validate and to understand the current student body and the individual students that are enrolled at a school. So this is kind of critical to our oversight capabilities.
Cody, this may be a basic question that I should know. Does this apply to all law schools in all categories?
The registration?
Yes.
Yeah, students.
Even the ABA accredited schools?
Well, let me take a step. Let me say it this way: all students who want to study law in California need to register. This requirement that a school needs to receive that evidence would, at least for now, only apply to our unaccredited law schools, because that's the rule set being proposed. This could be also introduced to the accredited law school rules next year when we review those.
And would we have jurisdiction to require that for the ABA accredited schools?
We wouldn't. I would say generally the issues that we see with student registration tends to be more prevalent in our student population at accredited and unaccredited schools. So this would help solve some of the problem, but not all of the problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. And then physical resources, as I mentioned, we've kind of reimagined the categories for law schools. There's kind of less emphasis on the distinction between in-person instruction and online instruction. And at the same time, though, I think we've recognized that there's a value in students having at least the ability to engage with their deans, administrators, and faculty. So we've introduced a requirement that the law schools provide a reasonable opportunity for students to engage with their law school leadership in person. And then one more slide here on substantive changes before I spotlight a few notable provisions. Rule 4.241A, disclosure statements. Our disclosure statements that we require of the law schools are really a kind of a composite of both requirements that are stated under state law and also additional requirements that the committee approves and adopts. So the rules kind of clarify that the disclosure requirements pull from both of these authorities. Related to acquiescence, Rule 4.246B clarifies that in the process of providing acquiescence for a non-JD program, that the CBE may impose conditions or terms. The purpose of this really is that the intention of acquiescence is that the committee be able to understand the non-JD programs that a law school wants to offer so that it can assess whether or not that would have an impact or detract from the JD program. What this language is meant to do is ensure that not only does the committee have an opportunity to have visibility into those impacts, but maybe has the opportunity to kind of influence or positively impact the impacts by providing these opportunities for conditions or terms. Rule 4.262, request for hearing. Under our current rules, a law school that receives a notice of noncompliance can request a hearing to make their case that they're currently under compliance. What is not discussed in the rules is what happens when a law school does not request a hearing. And we have, from the very get-go, been prioritizing streamlining the noncompliance process. What this rule set includes is that the CBE's initial recommendation regarding probation or termination is final if a law school does not request a hearing. And lastly, Rule 4.265G as it relates to probation. The prior draft specified that the CBE could terminate registration without first placing a school on probation when under kind of urgent circumstances as it related to public protection. I think we found it kind of hard to articulate what those circumstances would exactly be. We all maybe have an idea of what an urgent harm to the public could be. So instead, the rules are provide the CB the authority to terminate law school's registration without probation when it deems such action as appropriate. And our expectation would be that the committee would articulate its rationale for termination without probation at that time. Okay, so those are what I've called our substantive changes, but as I mentioned, I wanted to spotlight a few of the notable provisions, and this is where we are particularly seeking committee feedback. So our current proposal replaces our fixed facility, our distance learning, and our correspondence law school categories with synchronous instruction and asynchronous instruction. And I think to date, we've generally received a positive response both from the CBE as well as some of our law school stakeholders, and particularly CS bars. The way that the rules define these categories, synchronous instruction would be instruction in which instructors and students gather at the same time, whether that is in person or online. It requires a real-time interactive experience. This is meant to replicate, a classroom experience if it is online. And what we imagine as kind of the through line between the current rules and this proposal is that our current fixed facility law schools and some of our distance learning law schools that require real-time attendance in an online classroom would now fit under this umbrella. Asynchronous instruction are those that are self-paced, where students are learning independently of their instructor's timing. This would include our current correspondence law schools and some of our distance learning law schools that do not require that real-time attendance. So the real impact of this provision is that it would alter the minimum instructional requirements of at least some of our law schools. So under our current rules, fixed facility schools must provide 270 hours of classroom attendance per year. Our distance learning and correspondence schools must require 864 hours of preparation per year, but there's not that classroom attendance requirement. Under the proposed amendments, our synchronous instruction schools would be subject to the 270-hour requirement. This is consistent with the thinking that it is attendance in a classroom with real-time instruction, regardless of whether it's in person or online, that makes the difference. And so we've aligned the 270 classroom attendance hour with that category. Similarly, the asynchronous instruction category would be subject to the 864-hour requirement. So what this really means is that our current fixed facility law schools would have no change. Our current correspondence law schools would experience no change. But what we would have is some distance category law schools that would now fit under our synchronous instruction category, be subject to the 270-hour requirement of classroom attendance in a way that currently isn't the case. So when we get to member discussion, we are particularly interested in understanding whether these categories are clearly defined, and also whether or not there are concerns or feedback about how this change in the minimum hour requirement could impact some of our schools. I do want to note, I think one of the concerns that we had internally is whether or not this impact, at least for those distance learning schools that I noted would kind of change category or change requirements, whether that would have an impact that could make implementation of these rules require kind of a longer rollout. We have not received that feedback yet, and we did discuss this at our CS Bars meeting earlier this week, but it'll be certainly a point of discussion with some of our future engagement with law schools. And Paul, I see your finger on the button. Did you have a question?
Well, so what we just approved for Lincoln San Jose, a combination of synchronous and asynchronous would not be allowed for unaccredited schools, correct?
I mean, right now, the language that we're using in this rules is that their principal mode of instruction, method of instruction, needs to be one of these categories. The prior draft from December 2024 tried to create clearer requirements in that we described it like an 80% requirement. Upon second look, we felt like that maybe doesn't comply with some of the statutory requirements related to these classroom attendance requirements and hourly requirements. So I think it's probably fair to say that that's an area we probably need to discuss further. And Natalie, maybe you can speak more to how we currently use that principal language, because I know this comes up today.
Sure. So historically, for the unaccredited law schools, they chose a main element, and that principal language was to accommodate, for example, a correspondence school that once a year had students come in and meet each other. So here, in order to comply with the statute, we're asking schools to choose one option or another, the sync or async. What we're starting to see these days is a little bit more confusion about whether live lectures are available, but the actual student experience is the student body watching taped. And so this will provide more consumer protection in this area, and it will allow unaccredited schools to follow the statute that applies specifically to unaccredited schools. And while it does limit them to one modality at a much higher level than the accredited schools, they are generally new schools, they are generally developing, and when they later move on to meet the standards for the accredited law schools, they could have more flexibility.
So that's one of the differences between the two categories. And so, Cody, you've hinted that the eligibility rules ultimately play into this, and I think I know they're on hold for now, but it may be the case that we have to leave this as it is, but put a pin in making it more flexible for the schools. I mean, certainly some schools have like a one Saturday a month they get together. That seems like the kind of thing we should not discourage, because I think synchronous instruction is better than asynchronous generally. And so I wouldn't want to discourage that, but it may be that we have to do what we can with these rules this year, and then perhaps tweak them a little bit more when we can also revisit the eligibility rules and maybe make them allow for that.
Yeah, I think, Paul, what you're describing, at least that example, a once a month class in a different modality, that likely could work under the current language with the principal term used. I think what I'm hearing, though, is there maybe needs to be some more clarifying language to help to define these categories. I do want to point out, though, in thinking about that, right, this discussion about the prior example of Lincoln Law School, we have, I think, generally found that the committee is interested in providing more flexibility to the accredited law schools. And so that example, their hybrid modality, I think, provides kind of maximum flexibility. I don't think we're intending on that being the case with our unaccredited law schools. But if there's any kind of ambiguity, this is probably an area where the next draft should include some additional language.
Okay. And then...
Can I jump in with a question? I just wanted to, I think you might have addressed it, but my question was it purposeful to have this different where it's kind of an incentive for schools to seek accreditations so that they can have more flexibility? Like, is that purposeful that there are those two different, between two different methods, I guess, between the two, accredited and unaccredited?
I think it is one of the distinctions, and I think the committee has generally kind of favored that distinction, that the accredited law schools have more flexibility. I'm not sure I'd say it's purposeful in the sense that I'm not sure it's meant to incentivize accreditation, although it might, because law schools, they favor that flexibility. But I think generally the committee has expressed that the accredited law schools have kind of demonstrated their ability to operate a certain quality program, and because of that, the additional flexibility in how they deliver that is warranted.
And then one clarification that might be helpful is that for the unaccredited law schools, they need to choose a single tracking method, whether that's the 270 interactive hours or the 864 total hours. So there can be a little bit of a mixing in there, but they have to have a clear tracking element for the students. And so that's why they pick more one or the other. And historically, before the internet, that distinction was very clear. Now there's a little bit of consumer confusion about a live item that's actually presented to students as taped or whatever. It's really just for them to pick the 270 modality or the 864 modality and then hold to that throughout the study.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good point in the sense that one path forward as far as clarifying this language could be that so long as a synchronous law school meets their 270 classroom attendance hour requirement, perhaps instruction outside of that could be delivered in either one of these modalities. And maybe this is an option for another draft or for the next draft for additional language.
So another question, Cody, or point of clarification. So you have an annotated set, color-coded set of the guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
And suggesting that some can be removed. The general goal is that the guidelines not be the first place that we've stated a requirement. So they should simply explain what the requirements that are all in the rule mean, to the extent it requires explanation. So some guidelines that are, for instance, just basically repeating what the rule says without adding any context out of here, don't need them. Others are places where it appears that the guideline is the first statement of the rule and you want to move those into the rules. So you've identified those, but have you moved them into the rules yet?
Not entirely. So let me speak to this now, and I'll jump to this slide, and we can start there. And
I got ahead of you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We can. This is a good talking place for discussion. Our proposed draft in 2024 and this draft as well includes some of the guidelines that we've brought over. So in attachment E, those items that are struck out with a red line are those that we've already brought over. I think in our initial draft, we moved those that were kind of the most apparent. They either were directly related to an existing rule, or there was maybe a kind of an obvious place for them under the existing rule set. While we were working towards the second draft, I think it came to our attention that there's a large number of additional guidelines that are more appropriate in the rules because they are identifying requirements. They're not interpreting the rules. And when we reviewed when we revised the accredited law school rules several years ago, the resulting product was a set of rules that included all requirements and a set of guidelines that I think has 2 or 3 kind of minor interpretations. And so what we are imagining right now is to follow that same course would lead us to an unaccredited law school rule set that is very large and has to some extent more specific details than the accredited rules. That might be appropriate. We've heard different viewpoints. One viewpoint is that our unaccredited law schools have, that it's appropriate to have a more specific set of requirements that once they demonstrate their ability to operate with that level of specificity, that they can seek accreditation, and that one of the, again, kind of the flexibilities of becoming accredited is operating under a more flexible set of rules. If that's a member's viewpoint, then their preference may be that we take all of these guidelines that we've identified in green in attachment E and move them into the rule set. Another viewpoint could be that accreditation should be a higher threshold to meet, and that the unaccredited rules may be that there may be an opportunity to streamline some of these requirements, reduce the level of specificity, and to ensure that the final resulting rule set is smaller in scope and size. I think it's kind of a related concern there is that if it is a rule set that's large and very specific, it could pose an additional challenge for law schools to understand and comply with the rule set. So staff kind of carrying these different viewpoints from different stakeholders have not yet begun to earnestly modify or propose amendments to the guidelines. What we're seeking from the committee today is your feedback and guidance for how to proceed. If our members express a desire to maintain most or all of the existing requirements that are in the guidelines, then the next draft will be a rule set that includes those. If there are opportunities for streamlining and that's favorable to the committee, then we will use the time between now and October to incorporate some, but not all of the requirements.
Wouldn't it be a all or nothing? So you would incorporate all of the requirements, but leave the interpretations in the guidelines.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to get at is this might be an opportunity to completely eliminate some of the requirements that are currently in the guidelines in favor of an unaccredited law school rule set that's smaller in scope and more manageable.
Okay, but it's eliminating the requirements from both the rule and the guidelines.
Entirely, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
But to the extent it's a requirement, it's going to go in the rule, not the guidelines.
If a guideline has a requirement and the committee would like us to maintain that requirement, it will be moved to the rules. If there is a desire to make the final product smaller in scope, then we'll use the time between now and then to work with you and our ed standards chairs and members to identify current guidelines that should not be moved over and should be eliminated entirely.
And there's a lot of micro questions in that. So we can't, I don't think we can decide it today. Philosophically, I'm in favor of the unaccredited rules being more prescriptive because it is the entry point into our system for new law schools. And they have to basically, unless you're coming down from the ABA, in that case, you can go into accredited status if you meet all our requirements. But if you're just starting a law school, this is our process for getting you up and running and making sure you're doing adequate work. And I think they need, maybe not in all cases, but we have to sort of plan for the worst case. And they need more supervision, more oversight than the accredited schools who have proved themselves. So I would not be in favor of reducing. Maybe there's some requirements in here that, like for instance, the two schools 10 miles apart, if they're all part of two locations 10 miles apart, all part of one school. I'm not seeing the need for that personally, but by and large, I think we would keep most of the requirements that we have in our existing system. I don't know how others feel.
Yeah, that is exactly the kind of higher level feedback we're looking for, so that we can bring forward a final draft in October that is moving in the right direction. I think our concern was to bring in all of this extensive guideline requirements without kind of getting a direction from the committee first, because it is substantial in both the scale and the scope of the requirements that are included.
And then hearing the opposite and saying, oh my God, I wasted
yes.
time.
So if there is an opposing opinion, this would be the time to hear it. Otherwise, I think that's a path forward for us between now and October. Okay. Okay, let me briefly touch on the other two kind of notable provisions that we're seeking feedback. So there is a new requirement in this rule set that law schools, there it is. There we go. That a law school's primary purpose should be offering a JD degree and supporting qualification to take the California bar exam and seek licensure in California. We have seen an uptick, particularly in applications to become unaccredited law schools, but also perhaps just in the general landscape of ideas for how law school business models could evolve in the future, that there's an interest in targeting populations of students that do not intend to become California attorneys. And this could be everything from a law school investing heavily in credentialing opportunities for working professionals. It includes law schools that operate in California, but who have the opportunity for their students to become licensed in another jurisdiction. And more recently, we've seen an interest in law schools targeting international students who, for whatever reason in their country, can benefit from having a California degree, but they do not intend to come to California, and in some instances, United States at all, to practice. There is one viewpoint on this matter that schools under the oversight of the CBE should be promoting licensure in the state. That promotes the state bar's mission to increase and expand access to licensure in California. At our June meeting, I believe at least some of our members expressed at least an open-mindedness to law schools operating with a model that may be primarily focused on providing a legal education for students who do not intend to become licensed. So we've added this provision because at least it's staff's recommendation that that our California unaccredited law schools do primarily support their students in becoming licensed in California. So really, I mean, it's a clear question for the committee whether or not there's support to include this language or whether or not the committee would prefer that this provision be struck in the final draft.
I'm in favor.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm in favor of this provision. As the CBE is a California professional attorneys licensing body, we should gear our resources and our procedures to accredit or have unaccredited schools to provide attorneys for California, which is our mission to protect the public. To provide broad global education is not our mission. That is a mission for WASC or other higher education institutions or accrediting organizations, but not ours. This places accrediting and monitoring these schools places great cost on our committee and the state bar, but it will not develop the lawyers that we are seeking to develop to help the public. So we are expending cost for something that is not our mission. So I think this should remain.
And for me, that's the rub. We're because we subsidize these schools, but we don't charge them the full cost of our regulatory efforts. And so I would hate to be subsidizing someone who's basically just using us to add some prestige to their program, but not producing lawyers for us. If we were charging the full cost, there are various categories of people that we charge more than our cost. If we were making money on these guys, then I'd say maybe go for it, and we could, finance some other projects of ours, but that's not how we've set up the fees.
Have we looked at other bodies that do licensing to see, I'm really short, to see if they're facing similar issues, especially, I'm thinking of like doctors and that they're not necessarily bound or like state specific. And I'm just kind of wondering if there's some kind of a comparison that we can do to see how other bodies have handled this or other states even have handled this.
Yeah, that is a great question. Natalie, maybe this is something you can describe in more detail than I can.
Sure. I think part of what you're seeing here is a unique scaffolding that we have in California. There are some other states that have much smaller state-approved programs, generally 1 or 2 schools. And as part of the accredited law school review, we looked at a number of different areas: nursing, medicine, engineering, etc., architecture, and the structure is just different. Here, there was a need to address local attorney deserts in California, the size and nature. So we didn't find something similar. And we're now in the very interesting position of having many states around the country look to California's scaffolding, respect the work that you're doing here, and want to accept your approval in their state, but then brings the attorney's license to their state rather than to here. So it's a pretty unique situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, lastly is the minimum cumulative 5-year bar exam pass rate. Let me first point out that we introduced a minimum pass rate for the accredited law schools in 2020, I believe. But since that's been implemented, we saw year-over-year trends in improving the MPR at accredited law schools after it was implemented. What I'm getting at is after you implemented a minimum requirement for passing the bar, we saw outcomes improve at accredited law schools. When we first engaged the CBE about addressing the unaccredited law schools, we started from a viewpoint of how do we improve outcomes. And we saw the NPR for the accredited schools as maybe one of the most clearly impactful ways to do that. So since 2024, our proposal has included a 40% NPR for unaccredited law schools, which is the same requirement that's used under the accredited law school rules. In previous discussions, I think members here have not expressed concerns about that, but we have received concerns from our stakeholders that I want to reiterate here today. So in discussions with CS bars, there's, I think, two lines of concern that are kind of the most notable. One is that a belief that having a 40% minimum for both accredited and unaccredited law schools doesn't appropriately reflect the student populations at these unaccredited schools. And these schools would argue that these are students who are often working, they are often caregivers, they're non-traditional students, and so perhaps the NPR should reflect a lower requirement because those students are ones that often face the most significant challenges. There's another concern that's kind of more procedural in nature, and that is for an accredited law school that does not comply with their 40% NPR requirement. They are subject to losing their accreditation. And for those law schools, they have the option right now to become an unaccredited law school to continue to operate. And we have seen, at least in one instance, a law school become unaccredited and then be able to regain its accreditation at a later date. And under the current proposal, if there is a 40% minimum for both our accredited law schools and our unaccredited law schools, at least as the proposal stands today, that option for accredited schools to, essentially find a safety net in our unaccredited law school status wouldn't be available. So because the committee, again, has not really shared concerns about the 40% requirement, but we've received these concerns, we wanted to just reintroduce this question, whether or not our members support a 40% requirement across our both law school categories, or whether or not we should reconsider the 40% number for the unaccredited law schools.
Or for that matter, raise the accredited law school percentage goal.
Yeah, that is also an option. We'll be considering the accredited law school rules next year. And we have generally found that our accredited law schools are not only above the 40% requirement, but generally well above. And you'll see some of the numbers later today. So that is also an option.
For me, the argument that the population is such that they need more leeway seems more appropriately applied in the context of attrition. Because if a school educates a student, gives them a JD, aren't they telling the world that this person has the knowledge and skills that they should be able to pass our bar exam? So I could go with lowering it maybe to 35 or 30%, but I think the idea that we're the law schools are not fantasy baseball camp, and people who make it all the way through should be able to pass the bar. That's a measure of the school's quality. And are we saying that people who have more complicated situations than the Ivy League law student don't deserve the same quality of education as those other schools are providing? To me, that's just doesn't make sense.
I think generally, I'm in favor of having the percentage of the NPR, but I'm concerned in these rules that many of the accredited or unaccredited law schools have a small student body. So the large schools, they're able to, law of averages, even it out. But if one year I'm a school and I have two people passing, or I have three people taking the exam, and two fail and one pass, I only have 3 bites at the apple there. If I had 10, I have a better averaging out of where the score is. So one of the concerns that I have with using the percentage, 40% MPR, is there something that we could, I hate to go into complicated calculations, but try to average this and say, well, when you have it applies when you have a minimum or a 3 people taking the bar, 5 people taking the bar. If you have a one-off year and you have 2 people taking it, we're not going to count that year, or we're going to average it into the next year, or do a
Well,
trailing average.
It is measured over 5 years.
Okay, so we do it over 5 years. Okay, so we do avoid that problem.
Yeah.
So then I'd keep it the same.
Yeah, we do have a 5-year reporting window that I think addresses that concern. I think the point is still well taken that the number of students at some of these schools that sit for the exam is still small, even over a 5-year reporting window. I should add too, we have recently began requiring that our unaccredited law schools report their MPR. So they're not required to meet it, but we've started to include in their disclosures. And we'll talk later today about that being part of our law school performance reports. But I want to just point out, we now have kind of the first steps in the ability to kind of look at trended data about the unaccredited law school's ability to maintain a 40% MPR. Right now, all of our unaccredited law schools meet the 40% requirement.
And I guess that's just kind of why maybe it's never come up. I don't know, in terms of the CBE's concern is, yeah, those statistics and numbers would be interesting of interest for us before, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll show during our discussion later for related to performance targets what the current MPR numbers look like for our unaccredited law schools. And as I mentioned, they are all over 40% right now. I'm not sure that it hasn't been a concern, but this has been kind of a step-by-step process. First, with the requirement being introduced for the accredited schools, I think we realized that was having a positive impact, and that the value of the information was there. So we've asked the law schools to include it in their disclosures, and here now we're getting to the point of introducing it for the unaccredited schools as well. So it's just kind of evolved over time to get to this point.
And I think that I'm sympathetic to the argument that it's a unique population. I think there are studies that talk about the difficulty passing the bar if you aren't able to take time off, right? I mean, a lot of times, if you're an older working parent, then you have a lot less viability in pausing your life and taking the 3 months off to study for the bar, which also then affects your outcome, your result. And so I think that is something to consider, but I would like to see the numbers. I think that there's a lot of value in adding a percentage cutoff. I just don't know if it's the 40 that we're looking at. And so I think that's where the numbers would be important to see the trends over time. So I think it's really important that we're looking at those now before we do anything.
Okay. Yeah, and the discussion later is maybe another opportunity for thoughts about where those schools currently lie.
All right. This has been a really good discussion. We don't need to make any decisions today.
Correct.
Are there any other comments?
Were we going to talk about attrition at all?
We are going to talk about attrition later as part of a discussion about the law school performance report and whether or not to establish performance targets. The current proposed rules don't include an attrition requirement. It's been a discussion in the past where we didn't land on a consensus, but do you have a
Okay, so if we do, it can relate back to this.
We can relate,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, in that discussion.
Because I definitely want to talk about that.
Yeah, that'll be an opportunity.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Natalie. All right, this time it's 10 minutes to 11. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11. I understand Kennedy Law School is here, so we'll pick up with item 4.2, and then we'll move on to item 4.4 until the noon hour. So let's take a 10-minute break, everybody. Thank you. Okay, let's go back. All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Let's go right to item 4.2. Action on the inspection report of JFK Law School. This item is being presented by Office of Admissions Program Director, Analyst Natalie Leonard.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, this next item regards Accredited Law School, JFK School of Law, which is part of the School of Law and Public Policy at National University. The school was inspected as part of a normal periodic inspection, and I'd like to thank your incoming Vice Chair, Kareem Gongora, for participating on that team with State Bar staff and consultants. It's a very important role that all of you play in participating on these teams. We've welcomed your participation over the years, and we welcome the participation of the new members who are joining us today. And Erin, I'll remember that you're nodding. So we look forward to welcoming all of you in that important role. At JFK School of Law, there were a number of serious recommendations that the team saw in their observations, but I think it might be helpful to provide some context before we discuss them. This school is a school that's undergone a lot of change. At each stage of the change, they have tried new things and they have had plans going forward. It's important to remember that sometimes the school begins plans and they go as predicted. Other times they do not. And this school has had an unusual amount of change. So if we look at in the last 5 to 6 years or so, previously this school was an in-person school located in Northern California. They transformed into a hybrid school. They then transformed into an online school. They combined with North Central University, with which they had a loose organizational association. They further combined into National University, where they rest today, and then they combined into a combination school of public policy and law. During that period of time, the school also experienced some challenges with the NPR. It was placed on probation for a time, and it successfully concluded that probation, and now for a number of years has maintained a compliant NPR. So you're seeing the results of a lot of change. You're seeing the results of some experimentation, some that probably would not be repeated. But what the team focused on is a challenging level of attrition at the school, implicating some of the key focuses and the key pillars of being an accredited law school. So at this point, the attrition is approaching approximately 90% by the end of this, the second year at the school, which is really not something that we have seen amongst accredited law schools. In recent years, we do see some schools experimenting and having some of that kind of experience. To give you some context, in the staff report, I shared with you how their first year attrition compares with other schools, how their second year attrition compares with some other schools. In the last year or so, we've been able to have trended data in that regard. There is a minority of schools in the accredited portfolio that are having some challenges in that area, and then there is a majority of schools that are doing quite well. In working with the school, the team has taken them quite a distance from where they began when the conversations began in November. This inspection was a little bit longer than some are because the team was trying to work with the school to develop a scaffolding to go forward and to address some of those numbers. Not only are those numbers larger than expected, many of them have to do with academic disqualification, and that's not normally what we see in accredited schools. Since the beginning of the inspection, the school has taken a number of steps. First, they looked at the data only at the school level, public policy plus law. They've now disaggregated their data, and they're looking at year by year in the law school alone. They did what's required in the annual report, but they also are looking at additional measures. Second, they created an improvement plan When we talked with them, they added specific targets in that improvement plan to try to address attrition as well as some other levels. They determined that their bar support experienced turnover, so they changed the program to improve the staff retention there and improve the data collection. They also are looking at their admissions program. They changed the questions that will be asked up front, determining what have been the reasons for the attrition to date, and can any of those be caught right at the start. And either those that are not ready to study law at this time might not be offered admission at that moment, or if there's a way to adjust the curriculum and support to welcome all of those that they hope to bring in to the school. With that said, they hope at this point to improve attrition in the first year class at 2%, which is the school average in the first year, 3% the next year, 4% the following. A challenge and a gap in this plan that they propose is that they are not considering the second year in concert, but it's really important that they do both. It's important to know that if a student passes from the first to the second year, they will have a reasonable opportunity to go from the second to the third. So staff feels it's very important that their plan be modified to include that second year attrition improvement plan as well. You wouldn't want a situation where more people are passing to the second year, but then they're exiting the program at the same rate. The school has attached their proposed plan, and the motion that is suggested to you does suggest that that plan be adopted, but that the second year attrition target and second year attrition plan be adopted as well. We understand that a school must make choices and must prioritize, but here the decision to prioritize the first year class only without considering the first and second holistically is one that we wouldn't recommend going forward. After speaking with Chair and Vice Chair Paul Kramer and Vince Reyes, there also is a suggestion for an additional paragraph that they would like to discuss with the committee to just share with the school what their point of view is regarding the type of improvement that this committee hopes to support and that you hope to see in the coming months from the school.
So Paul?
Yeah, do you want to put up the proposed resolution? I have just a couple minor edits to it, and then before we let the school comment. And Tara, can you edit this in real time?
Yes, but Cody, do you mind doing the edits?
Yeah, it's
no problem.
Not huge, but in fact, I'm having trouble with my computer. Let me look at Vince's. So So one is when it talks about sound legal program, sound legal education, it uses the word promote, but the rules actually say maintain. So I would substitute maintain for promote, just to mirror what the rules say. And then at the end of that paragraph, it needs to say, and it is, to lead into the following paragraph. It's just a style thing.
And can I clarify? I think it might be the second instance of promote, or perhaps both. There are two instances.
It's not the promote student success, but it's the promote sound legal education.
Got it.
Change that promote.
Got it. Sorry about that.
There you go. Those are the only changes I had, but I thought it'd be good for the school to see exactly what we're talking about before they speak to us.
Thank you. And I understand that the Dean of the School of Public Policy and Law, Dean Lisa Hutton, as well as the Dean of the Law School, Dean Judith Mathers-Maloney, are here to speak to you remotely for a period of a total of 5 minutes of public comment.
All right. Thank you. Deans, are you present? Let's promote them.
Your mics have been unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you, Deans. Go
Hi.
ahead. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. First of all, thank you to the committee for your review and your inspection and the thoughtful response from the site committee, and also to Natalie for her outstanding guidance as our liaison. I don't have any issue at all with your resolution here. We are unhappy about the attrition rates, which are far above other CBE schools. We acknowledge that. The good, the hope is we're putting in, as our response indicates, several initiatives, both in our admission process as well as in our academic support throughout all 3 or 4, depending on the type of student you are, years of law school. I apologize that the second year work was missed. We did focus on the 1L attrition. However, that is not our only focus, and we absolutely will update the compliance plan. We are already working on this 2L initiatives that will focus on academic support to increase persistence as we speak, including workshops already in place for our 2Ls on advanced legal writing and synthesis, and then, of course, preparation around the 3 bar exams that are coming, the one now, the NextGen without Cal specific, and of course, the final version. So, I do want to point out that there was conversation today about unaccredited schools. Those schools' students are working adult students that have several competing priorities that make it hard for them to attend law school, much less take the 3 months off to study for the bar exam. Our school is no different. National University and JFK School of Law specifically serves working adult students. We actually have called them ANDers. These are students and employees, students and parents, students and caregivers, whatever what's on the back of that and may be. And that is increasingly difficult as we continue to support our ANDers and to structure our support models around their needs, which are far greater than they are for a traditional law student. I believe that all of the initiatives that we have identified in our response will support their needs. And at the same time, we have to balance our ability at admissions to assess true readiness for the rigor and the grit needed to get through a 3 or 4 year law program and then successfully sit for the California bar. As noted in the response, we have changed our application requirements to include a personal statement with a fact pattern that will happen, right? We found that our students that are disqualified, it isn't necessarily for academic reasons. In fact, the vast majority attrit or are disqualified because of a personal crisis that occurs in their lives. And so now they must fully discuss at the application point in time how they will handle the inevitable personal crisis that will occur during their time with us. What can JFK do to help? What will they do? And to give that some thought ahead of time. And of course, the admissions committee will assess the soundness of that, that response. We also do not require the LSAT. It is something on the table, but right now we have immediately put in an LSAT style competency assessment as part of the an orientation course that they must go through before they may enroll in their first course. So students that do not pass this competency portion of the orientation will not be invited to enroll in the 1L courses at that time. I'll give an example. Out of the 58-ish students that were part of that for the fall semester that just started last week, 6 were denied admission due to the LSAT competency assessment. So I'm hopeful that these initiatives will show much greater persistence, far beyond the 9% over 3 years that we have articulated in our response. And look forward to working with the committee and, of course, Natalie to see this through. So thank you.
Thank you, Dee Maloney. Is that it? Yeah. All right. Thank you all for the presentation. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Chair, before we move forward with the resolution, can I propose one more modification? That is to add to the end here that if the committee adopts a specific standard on attrition, that it will apply prospectively, meaning it'll apply to any future oversight work to make a distinction between their compliance under today's standards.
Paul, Vince?
Any objection to that?
That's fine. I have one more correction.
Okay.
Okay, well, hold on one sec. Let's, Cody.
That was my one.
Have you
addition.
included?
Yes, I've added it
There
here.
it is.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Paul,
if
go
we
ahead.
ever do adopt a standard, I think we probably should speak to phasing in of it as well in the standard itself. But so that would cover Cody's point. Where we changed promote to maintain, it should be program of program of legal education. That's even more precisely aligned with the language in the rule. And with that, I would move approval of this.
Is there a second?
I guess I just have a quick question. Is the next report due just November 15th, the regular progress report, or are we having a special report from them to address the attrition?
This will be a regular progress report, but it will include the attrition. Of course, between now and then, we won't have any end of the year performance, but it's just confirming that the steps of the plan already stated are being implemented and the 2L provision is being added, plus any feedback that they have from the programs that they've started this fall.
Thanks.
Are there any other comments? Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Vince Reyes. Any further discussion? Adrian, please call the roll.
Bolton?
Yes.
Burns, not present. Cow, not present. Dill?
Yes.
Gongora, not present. Kayajian?
Yes.
Kramer?
Yes.
Lawrence, not present. Lee?
Yes.
Justice Masiwala?
Yes.
Montgomery? Poole, not present. Reed?
Yes.
Reyes?
Yes.
Judge Reyna?
Yes.
Silva Guzman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
And Yokelson.
Yes.
With 13 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Natalie. So next on the agenda is the first of several discussions we will be having from now until April as we prepare for the new bar exam. This item is entitled Discussion and Action, if appropriate, on implementation of the July 15, 2026 Supreme Court order directing adoption of the NextGen UBE and development of a California component. This item is being presented by Chief of Admissions Don Herskowitz, Director of Exam Development Joe McClintock, and Assistant Director of Exam Development Cody Hunanian. This is item 4.4, by the way. My anticipation is we will conduct this discussion until the noon hour. We will then break. There will be a closed meeting for the testing accommodations and eligibility meeting, and then we'll resume this item after lunch. So with that, Donna?
Thank you very much. We have a presentation that Cody's going to put on the screen. Oh, Aaron, we saw you had your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to ask if it was okay if I excuse myself. I don't know what the correct procedure would be here, but I apologize. I have a flight to catch.
You are excused.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And Adrian, I'll capture that on the minutes that you left at 11:25.
Yeah, let the record reflect.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. So this is our first opportunity to meet since the Supreme Court issued its order on July 15th, adopting the joint recommendation of the Committee of Bar Examiners and the Board of Trustees to adopt the NextGen UBE, beginning with the July 2028 administration, and to administer a California component starting in July 2029. Next slide. So I'm probably going to spend a little bit more time on this slide than I ever have on an agenda slide before, but I wanted to set the stage carefully for what we hope to accomplish today with, as Alan said, sort of the first of many discussions about the California component. Our primary purpose today is going to be to start the discussion of the California component. We will have future opportunities where we will need to talk about administration of the NextGen UBE. And we'll be agendizing those for future meetings as we start that planning process for that as well. These will be things that we will have to be doing concurrently. But the first thing that we'll want to do today is review the direction from the Supreme Court, just so we are level setting and understanding what the Supreme Court, at least at a high level, has directed that the Committee of Bar Examiners do. Then I will provide to you a brief update about the administration of the NextGen UBE, which took place last month in July 2026, since this is something that we will be doing in the future. And obviously, there's been a lot of media reports about it. We received some public comment. We wanted to sort of tell you what we know at the moment. We're then going to move on to attachment A that's attached to today's staff report, and that's the guide for developing recommendations. So I think that most of you really do realize that your job of developing recommendations for the California component is multi-layered, to say the least. There are a significant number of areas that you'll need to be weighing in on to come up with the recommendation for the court. This is not, one thing, yes or no, what's this going to look like? There are multiple components that you'll need to be weighing in on. So the guide is an attempt to organize the many issues that you will be considering in a logical and orderly fashion, to allow you to chunk this off in bits. I do worry that if we let ourselves start talking more holistically about the California component, talking about everything at once, we risk not reaching any recommendations, or at least continually circling around and around on some of these key issues. So we are asking for your sign off on this guide, your acquiescence, if you will, that this is the approach that we plan to take for chunking out this discussion so we can do this in an organized and orderly fashion. After we talk about that guide, I know it feels like we just did talk about it, but after we talk about that through the slides, we'll talk about whether you want to adopt guiding principles for the California component, as you did for your prior recommendation about the future bar exam. And if so, what those guiding principles should be. And we'll ask for a recommendation that you'll be adopting about that today. With those introductory, if you will, items, issues complete, today we'll want to focus on two specific recommendations in two areas about the component. First, Cody will be facilitating the discussion of the purpose of the California component. And then Joe will be facilitating the discussion of the type of assessment that you would like to recommend to the Supreme Court. After that, we will talk about stakeholder input and move on to next steps to ground us in what the next components are that we will be talking about at the upcoming meetings. So next slide. Let's first talk about at the highest level, what the Supreme Court directed. And I say at the highest level because there will be more specifics as we talk about related areas for where you have recommendations to make. But I'll give you some of that now, and we'll talk about some specifics later as well. So first, obviously, at the most basic level, the court adopted your recommendation to adopt the NextGen UBE, commencing with the July 2028 administration. That administration will mark, at that point, California would be one of 52 jurisdictions that will then be on the NextGen UBE, with 20 plus for the first time administering it in July 2028. The court also ordered that we begin administering the California component in July 2029. I want to be clear, when the court said July 2029, it was not weighing in on whether the California component would be administered alongside the NextGen UBE, or if it could be administered at some other time. The order gives you the flexibility to make a recommendation on when the California component would be administered. The court order also noted that we need to submit recommendations to the court for a California component by February 2026. What I do want to be clear about, I want to make sure everyone understands, that's you all here on the committee, it's all the members of the public, that what we'll be submitting at that time is a preliminary recommendation. The court wants the opportunity to provide us feedback on the recommendation that you develop so that we can meet again, make some further revisions, and give them a final recommendation in June of 2027, so they can adopt that in July of 2027, which would allow us, to the extent necessary, to give 2 years' notice of what the California component will be. And also, along with that recommendation, both the preliminary and the final, you'll be looking at another risk-benefit analysis, similar to the risk-benefit analysis that you looked at for the development of your recommendation for the future bar exam. When I say similar, I don't mean that it will be anywhere near the depth and magnitude of that document, but that will absolutely accompany your recommendations. The court also indicated that the California component will serve as the attorney's exam for qualifying applicants. Again, the court is not putting its thumb on the scale here. I know, for example, that there are state bar rules which talk about the contents of the attorney's exam. These are, I want to assure you, these would no longer be controlling. Your recommendation and what the court adopts will drive changes to the rules that we would need to make. Additionally, because the court's language is vague, there is some flexibility for the CBE to make recommendations as to how this fact of the component being the attorney's exam, how this applies for those attorneys who are attorneys now, today, who didn't sit for the NextGen UBE, how the fact that this is the attorney's exam should apply to them, and if they would only have to take the California component in the future, or if there's something else that they would need to take or do to qualify to become admitted to the bar in California. Next slide. Additional components of the order by the Supreme Court. The court identified the content areas that should be included in the California component are those areas that in the current bar exam where we currently test California law, which are, I always have to use my fingers for this, I apologize, but civil procedure, community property, evidence, professional responsibility, and wills and succession are areas in which California law currently may be tested as part of the essays. So the content areas that currently test California law, those 5 are among those that would be tested, as well as California employment law and California family law. Again, just a little bit of clarification. The court used the language may, that we may test, and what they were intending to get at was not actually you have open to you 100 different subjects that you can choose from, or you can pick that the exam forever will have fewer than those components. What the court intended when it said that the exam may include those topics, today, for example, the bar exam may include 13 topics, but we know we don't cover all 13 topics on the essays, right? On each exam, we may have some subset of those. So that's what the court intended with the use of the language may. Other areas that the court directed, that the passing score shall be set such that it is equivalent to the current total scaled score of 1390 or better. The great thing about that recommendation, it basically eliminates the need for us to do a standard setting study. Essentially what we have to do is a psychometric appropriate mathematical formula to convert what was a 1390 to what would be a passing score on the NextGen UBE going forward. The court also directed CBE to make recommendations on how the component should be scored, the relationship of the score on the California component, if any, to the score on the NextGen UBE, the relationship of the California component, if any, to the score, the passing score for the general bar exam in its totality. And the court specifically said that this order supersedes any previous order directing the development of a new general bar exam. And I just wanted to be crystal clear about that, because I know as we were discussing the recommendation to the court in the past several months, we heard sometimes from folks, well, but you can't do that because that's inconsistent with what the court ordered in October 2024. They told us to do X. So I just wanted to be clear, the court specifically said that this supersedes the previous court order directing what should be on the California bar exam, giving you sort of this, I was going to say blank slate, but it's obviously not blank because the court has set parameters, but work within the parameters of the current court order and the flexibility that the court gave you in that court order in order to develop the California component. Next slide, please. Just to take a step back from looking forward, looking slightly in the past, do you want to talk briefly about the administration of the NextGen UBE this past month, July 2026. As you'll see on the slide, the NextGen UBE was administered in 10 jurisdictions at 16 sites in 131 testing rooms. Overall, 2,640 people completed the exam, and there were 646 applicants in the state of Washington who were unable to take the exam. And we can sort of talk about in a minute sort of what they're doing. But some of them will be sitting for a makeup exam. There are, I think, 173 who will be sitting for a makeup exam September 1st and 2nd. Others will be the court authorized diploma privilege for certain students who were unable to take the exam due to the technological issues. There were, so 7 of the 10 jurisdictions experienced no significant operational disruptions. In Maryland, there was a 45-minute delay in launching the first of the 3 sessions of the exam that did not recur for the future sessions. And that had to do with the amount of bandwidth that was provided at the beginning of the exam when you have the biggest surge when everybody needs the internet. In Missouri, there was a 5 to 6 hour delay. It was 5 for some and 6 for others in the 2 largest testing rooms. And then Washington, as I mentioned, the 646 applicants who were sitting in a single testing room who were dismissed after the first day and the exam was canceled for them.
Donna, was that the entire group taking the exam?
It was not. There were folks in smaller rooms with testing accommodations. They did not have issues in those smaller rooms, and they started the exam, I believe, on time, and they completed the exam. So it was a subset of the people who sat in Washington.
And will those exams be graded?
Yes. So the people who sat, who were able to sit for the July exam in Washington State will have their exams graded, and the people who are sitting on September will have their exams graded. You'll see on this, on the next slide, that NCBE was actually prepared with an additional form that they had for security's sake. That has entirely different content, but was determined to be psychometrically equivalent to the July 2026 exam, and it was pre-equated, and they are confident that the results for the students who sit for that exam will be released at the same time that the results for those who sat for July 2026 in Washington State will be released. So they were prepared in case of a problematic situation, and so they will have an exam that will be graded, that will be that NCBE will recognize as a NextGen UBE score. And so it won't be treated differently than any other NextGen UBE score in terms of portability for other states. Also, so that was sort of one of the positive results. Also on the positive side, and this is very positive, the exam delivery platform itself remains stable throughout the administration. All of the data from all of the examinees, by data we mean their responses, all the data from all of the examinees who began testing was successfully captured and preserved and transmitted so that can all be graded. There were a few minor incidents of individuals who lost the internet connection during the exam, but really when you need the internet is at the start of the session, each 3-hour session, at the end of each 3-hour session. Those who lost internet during the exam, my understanding is that is invisible to them. They don't realize it. It doesn't impact them. The internet was restored and everything uploaded because their responses are cached locally, so they don't lose any of the data. And that's why NCBE had reported that all of the data from every examinee was able to be uploaded. There was also a low utilization of the backup devices. You may recall that at least through July 2028, NCBE was providing 10 backup laptops for every 100 test takers. So 10% in case there were issues and the laptops needed to be replaced. Now, everybody starts with their own laptop, but in case there are issues for laptops that did meet the minimum system requirements, they had this 10% backup. And there was a very low utilization rate of backups that were required. And for those that were required, it was about 2 minutes to swap out from the old to the new. And how that works is when you get cut off from the system, your clock stops. So if we are testing right now, everyone here around the dais, I have to swap out my laptop because I get kicked out of the system. My timer stops. You all keep going. They swap out the laptop. I get the new one. My timer starts up again. I end the exam 2 minutes after you did because I had that 2-minute pause in my timer. But it's good to hear that it was just a 2-minute time for that swap out. So that's some of the things that went very well, and again, really important that the exam platform performed as expected, as NCBE reports to us. Everything I'm telling you now about the positives and the challenges should all be prefaced with as NCBE reports, because I don't have firsthand information about this. So what about some of these challenges? Extreme challenges in some cases, right? I don't want to make any indication that we're minimizing the impact here. What has been reported is that what was involved was the networks or the infrastructure supporting the delivery of the exam at the sites. They were local site issues. It was not. There were no reports of problems with the exam content or the exam delivery platform. It was about issues at the sites. NCB is continuing to work closely with the jurisdictions and the venues to further investigate the issues. But what they have found, what's reported in this slide, is that there was a hardware failure within the infrastructure at the Washington site. And so there's, as I understand it, with my sort of limited technical background, but there's no amount of load testing that could have been done to identify this problem because there was a problem with the infrastructure. So let's imagine, right, your fuse box. If you blow a fuse, right, you can easily see that you just need to flip up the switch and start the new fuse. But in fact, it was a wire behind the fuse box that failed, and so that was the problem with at the Washington site. This hardware failure at the site, which is one of those things that, right, at a bar exam today, the roof could cave in. There are issues that could happen. This was a really unfortunate issue that happened. In Maryland and Missouri, as we understand it, the problem was with the production bandwidth that was made available at the start of the exam. So if, for example, the venue was going to provide 10 gigabytes of bandwidth, at the start of the exam, that full 10 was not available. And that's when they need it the most, is at the start of the exam. Also, there was a delay in the activation of the redundant network, which led to further delays in Missouri in particular. Also, the bandwidth issues were exacerbated by the fact that there were some recent patches and updates to the secure browser, which is the platform that they use for the delivery of the exam. And so when the browser was, when students were allowed to access, applicants were allowed to access the browser to download it to their system, it's the only thing they download. They download that browser. I think as early as June 1, students were given that. If there were patches or updates after that date, when they got to the exam and they logged into the secure browser, there were updates that needed to happen in the background. And so that was also part of the delay. We're about to switch to a slide where we talk about lessons learned, because that certainly was one of them. But it is helpful that, we certainly, for California's purposes, that we have several more administrations of the exam to make sure any of these issues are identified and that they do learn lessons so that we are in a good situation as we deploy this. So one of the things that the NCBE is doing is more detailed written requirements and operational responsibilities for the jurisdictions and the test sites, spelling out things that were talked about but maybe not have been clearly written out, to make sure everybody's expectations, from NCBE to the jurisdiction itself to the test site, the vendor, the contracted test site, that everybody understands what their expectations are. They also, in those, as part of those requirements, are defining what the network capacity and the performance standards need to be based on the number of test takers. So if there's a room with 100 people, if there's a room from 101 to 300, I don't know what the exact breakdown is, but being crystal clear what those requirements are. My understanding is that they're not increasing. They didn't feel the need to increase the requirements, but rather to be crystal clear to ideally address in part this production bandwidth problem, to make sure it is understood what needs to be available. Also requiring confirmation from the test sites that full production bandwidth will be available on exam day. It's not something that's theoretically available, but will be available, because one of the problems was being able to contact the necessary people at the site in order to provide that greater bandwidth, which was part of the delay in Maryland in particular, I believe. Also, they are putting in requirements concerning the independence and the activation of redundant networks. So because there is a dependence on having internet availability, there is a requirement that there be redundant networks. However, if there is a single point of failure that can bring down both networks, that's a problem. And that's what happened at one of the test sites. And so this led them to make sure that there is independence with the redundant networks, so there will not be a single point of failure. And also, this last one that we just talked about, no updates to the secure browser after the applicants are given the access to download it. Any updates or patches would need to be done prior to that, so there isn't this extra surge on the internet usage that could contribute to there not being enough bandwidth to handle what's going on.
Ronna, do you think some of the venues we traditionally use are going to balk at trying to meet these requirements and just say, that's too much for us, and therefore we're going to have trouble finding places to test?
So obviously the answer is I don't know. But the good part about this discussion is that you're not going to be relying on me to have these conversations with the venues, because you have exhausted my technological vocabulary right now. Our IT team, we've already been engaged with our chief information officer, with our director of IT operations. They're going to be having communications with the NCBE. I believe they're talking with them next week, as a matter of fact, to make sure that we fully understand the specifications requirements, so that our IT folks, along with NCB, can talk to our vendors. We do have contracts currently with 2 test sites, so we'll be reaching out to them as soon as we have a comprehensive understanding of the requirements and amending contracts as necessary to ensure that those requirements are built, the specifications are built in. And that will be part of our recruitment of additional test sites is ensuring that we have communications with them, by we, our IT people, to make sure they are able to deliver on these requirements. We've also, our IT folks are putting together sort of an analysis for us of, what are the different things that maybe we could do, right? Should we be exploring, because there are 2 different ways to do internet, right? It doesn't have to be Wi-Fi. It could be wired. So should it be wired? And what would be the implications if it were wired? A lot of cabling, certainly. Is it more expensive? If so, how much? Is it more secure? If so, to what degree? So there can be an evaluation of how we need to proceed with these venues. Should we decide that the state bar is taking responsibility for ensuring that we provide the internet and not having the site do it? Or should that be something that we have the site? So these are all going to be considerations that IT is looking at. And this was certainly a plan before what happened in July 2026. It is, we just initiated it, I think, a little sooner as a result to make sure that we are in the best position to contract with sites and know that they can deliver what we need them to. Next slide. So moving on. As I mentioned in my opening, the guide for developing recommendations, which is set forth as attachment A to your materials today, is an attempt to organize the many issues that you'll be considering and to do so in what we believe is a logical and orderly way to chunk off all of the requirements the recommendations that you'll need to be making in manageable bits. Staff spent some time mulling over the most logical way to organize the elements that you'll need to consider, to identify the dependencies among them in order to come up with this plan. Obviously, attachment A is a lot more detailed than this, and it is highlighting what types of recommendations you'll need to be making in these areas, by what types of recommendations in terms of questions, whether to do it this way or whether to do it that way. But we wanted to sort of just give you sort of at the topic level, what that plan looks like here. And I do want to reiterate that I worry that if we just sort of let ourselves talk more holistically about the California component, we are going to end up circling. And we're not going to end up being able to reach all of come up with all of the recommendations that we need to do so in a timely manner. So we are proposing this, if you will, work plan for the development of the recommendation. What we have on this slide takes us to getting the preliminary recommendation and the preliminary risk benefit analysis to the court for February 27. And it identifies today's adoption of guiding principles, today the adoption of the purpose, as well as the type of assessment. Turning in September, we envision a meeting of the exam development subcommittee to have preliminary conversations about content maps, subject matter experts, and skills. They will come up with recommendations on those items and bring those to you all as a full committee in October. And they'll present to you because they will have had time to be thoughtful about what their recommendations are. So you would adopt recommendations on those in October based on the input that you get from your exam development subcommittee. And then separately, we'd all consider the delivery mode and the timing. Moving to November, we need to schedule a meeting, a new meeting of the Committee of Bar Examiners to meet jointly with the State Bar Board of Trustees. That will be a remote meeting. The board is meeting remotely. We'll add the Committee of Bar Examiners remotely to that meeting to discuss the attorney's exam and portability. We would also hope that that would be an opportunity for the board to confirm their adoption of all of the recommendations that the committee has adopted to date. Then moving on, after the November joint meeting in December, we will be presenting to you the preliminary cost-benefit analysis, which will be based on all of the recommendations that have been adopted to date. At that time, we're also going to ask you to make some recommendations on proctoring, scoring, performance level descriptors, possibly, and the vendor. To the extent that any of those impact the cost-benefit analysis, obviously those will be rolled in after December, before January. In January will be another joint meeting with the Board of Trustees when you will both adopt the final cost-benefit analysis, final set of recommendations, final set of preliminary recommendations to go to the court to meet its deadline of February 26, 2027. Questions about that, about the guide. If there are issues that you think should be added, please let me know. If you think we didn't appropriately account for dependencies and thus this is out of order, please let me know. But we want your acquiescence to this plan.
Wow. So this is the job before us. But what I want to emphasize is what Dawn has said. I completely agree with. We have to chunk this out in a checklist format rather than just discussing it holistically. So with that in mind, we have about 3 minutes before lunch. Does anybody have any comments right now?
I have a
Go
couple
ahead,
of
Paul.
questions we could probably cover.
Sure.
So Donna, when can we get dates for those extra meetings as soon as possible? Like January and November? Because you know me as a big time vacationer, I plan these things.
Laura's going to give this to you right now.
Pulling them up on my calendar right now. I believe November will be, if we do it either the 19th, likely the 20th of November.
Okay.
And
January?
then let me get January for you.
The 24th or something?
20. Were we doing it the Friday? Yeah. Okay. January 22nd.
Thank you. Suggestion,
I don't have times just yet as to when we schedule the joint portion of it.
The hope for the January
Yeah.
meeting is that the board will do all of its business on the day before, on the Thursday, and that on Friday morning, and this would be an in-person meeting in Los Angeles, that on Friday morning will be the joint meeting. Then at the end of the joint meeting, the board will be done and the board will head off, leaving the Committee of Bar Examiners to have the rest of its meeting on other subjects in the afternoon of that day. Same way that we did it actually in this past January with the joint meeting.
So wait, you're talking this for the November meeting?
No, for the January meeting.
January.
okay.
January 22nd, likely again, LA around 9:30 a.m. And then in November on the 20th, that is a fully remote meeting. And I'd likely think we would put that Friday morning, we would put the joint meeting first thing in the morning as well.
And we'll get calendar invites for these, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Will stakeholder engagement forum be recorded?
Yes, and we'll want to talk a little bit more about that forum. Our goal would be to have that in September, so that it can inform as many of the future recommendations as possible. And so, yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. We'll want as many CBE members as can attend to join, but we'll record it to
Okay.
make sure that everybody can see it.
And among the stakeholders I heard listed, I did not see the bar prep folks, and they may have some helpful insight for us.
Yeah, so we'll make sure that we're broader than just law school deans, that we'll reach out to we'll just say the law schools for now, but yes, so deans, bar prep faculty, academic success faculty, sort of And certainly one of the things that we'll be doing is encouraging, right? If I don't have a listserv that covers all the, everybody, we'll be asking the law school deans to make sure to spread the invitation to anybody at the school who would be interested in it.
Sure. Okay. And finally, I know we can't cost out familiarization versus a proctored, graded, scaled exam at this point, but is it fair to say that familiarization is going to be significantly less expensive than the other for purposes of evaluating these other interim decisions?
It depends. It depends on what the different components are, because even a familiarization exam, that you could decide that should be proctored, right? So that would have some costs potentially.
Okay. Online.
So if you're talking about a remote exam that is not proctored at all, doesn't require test sites, or at most sort of small test centers, yes, it would be significantly cheaper.
Okay, I'm thinking more of the New York model we learned about in one of the moral character cases, where the computer keeps track of your being attentive to the task at hand and that kind of thing. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And if
I'll have
anybody,
more though.
oh, I know. And if anybody else has more, feel free to bring it to Donna's attention. Thank you, Donna.
Oh, that's it for this item for today?
No.
Okay.
We'll come back after lunch.
Let me explain. We're going to break for lunch now. The Testing Accommodations Committee will meet in closed session. We will come back at 1 o'clock to resume this item.
And to be clear, the Testing Accommodations Committee will start in open session, and then they will go
of
to
course.
closed session to hear the matters before it.
Exactly. All right, everybody. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Hi, everybody, and welcome back. We're going to resume the meeting. Adrian, could you please call the roll?
Bolton?
Here.
Burns, not present. Cow, not present. Dill, not present. Gongora, not present. Kayadjian?
Here.
Kramer?
Here.
Lawrence, not present. Lee?
Here.
Justice Masiwala? Montgomery?
Here.
Poole, not present. Reed? Reyes?
Here.
Judge Reyna?
Here.
Silva Guzman?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Yokelson?
Here.
Chair's 12 members. We have quorum.
Okay, thank you. All right, if I didn't already say so, I'm calling this meeting back to order. At this time, we're going to resume item 4.4, discussion and action, if appropriate, on implementation of the July 15th Supreme Court order directing adoption of the NextGen UBE and development of a California component. Donna, Joe, and Cody. Who's up?
Still me. Next slide, Cody. So as we mentioned earlier in the presentation, you began your discussion of what to recommend to the court for the future bar exam with the adoption of the guiding principles that you wanted to ensure remained in your minds as you were evaluating the different options. This slide and the next slide lay out what those guiding principles were as a tool, right, to help you think about if you want to adopt a new set of guiding principles for this endeavor. Perhaps you want to retain these principles and add others. Perhaps you feel that it would be most appropriate to continue with these guiding principles and pass a resolution saying that to the extent applicable, that is what you're doing. You're continuing these resolutions. To the extent applicable would, for example, mean that you aren't making a decision by having a guiding principle that uses the word exam. You're not making a decision by adopting that if you wanted to approach it that way. Also, just for context, I wanted to repeat one of the public commenters, the president of the LA County Bar Association, suggested that your guiding principle should be that the California component should prioritize public protection, meaningful engagement with the legal community, and outreach that produces representative feedback from California judges, bar associations, and California law school deans. So we've created this slide, and Cody's here to edit the slide at sort of as you talk. If you wanted to sort of go through and sort of tell us, yeah, let's keep that guiding principle, let's not. And on the next slide, which continues the guiding principles, there's a place for Cody to add in new guiding principles. Again, you could decide you don't want to do this at all, that the guiding principles were critical for the decision about the future bar exam, but not necessary at this juncture, or that you want to just continue them and keep them in your mind to the extent that they are applicable. So with that, I'm not going to read through all of them. You've seen them. They're on the slides. They were in the staff report. So I want to open it up for discussion on what you would like to do with guiding principles for the development of the California component.
I had an issue that maybe this is a good time to raise it because I don't know that it will, but it could result in a principle. Inherent in our current testing system is or admission system is the notion that we require people to take our bar exam. That implies that we don't trust that somebody from another bar has passed an exam that has the same rigor as ours does. And when the court earlier adopted the recommendation to create our own new bar exam, presumably that same notion was at least in part underlying that decision. So now we're going with NextGen, accepting that. Now we'll set a cut score that may be higher than other jurisdictions. So maybe that's our way of still assuring the rigor. But with regard to the attorney's exam, if we adopt let's call it a teaching, a familiarization. I'm going to call it a teaching because my mouth is not doing familiarization so well. A kind of exam where we're just making sure people are exposed to and know what the differences in California law are. That's something that just about everybody's going to be able to make it through after at least a couple tries. If they can't do that, God help them, because it's meant to teach, not to test or be some kind of, well, anyway, to keep people out of our bar. That means then that members of other bars who may not have passed a bar exam that meets our standards could then simply take this new component and they would become members of our bars. So the underlying question is, are we no longer as concerned about that, the possibility that they haven't been as rigorously tested as our members who take our own test? Or is that going to be a problem? I like the teaching option because it does the job of familiarizing people. They've already passed the NextGen for certainly for California direct admittees, which is, I think, enough of a measure of their skills that we don't have to keep testing for skills. But if it's going to let in some people who may have passed a less rigorous bar, and that's a concern of ours, I think it probably argues against going that route, which means going the more expensive, time-consuming for us, proctored, mini bar exam, which I would prefer to avoid. I'm not so much concerned about the rigorousness of the other bars they may have passed, but it does concern me that unless we have some kind of reciprocal acceptance of our members going into other states, we would be creating a situation where lots of attorneys could come from outside California and enter our state's practice, and our members would not be able to do the same thing vis-a-vis other states. And I would imagine our local bars would just go nuts if we were creating that sort of situation. So I don't know how to convert that even into a value, but unless it's a part of the, I think there was a mention of equity, but not directly applied to this notion that our members be treated equally to members of other bars. And this weaves into the reciprocity, which is really isn't on the table, but it's another aspect of this whole complicated system that we are trying to reweave.
Yeah. Just trying to look for the court's order.
You might.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the court's order on this. Thank you, Donna. And what I don't recall for the California, for the attorney's exam, does it distinguish between years of practice like the rules currently do?
I think our rules do, but
It's
Or currently.
Statute does.
Statute,
Yeah. And that's why
Statute.
that is my understanding from conversations with the Supreme Court liaison is that because there is statute that says if you have practiced in another jurisdiction and have been in good standing for at least 4 years, then all you have to do is take the attorney's exam. Less than that, we require people to take the full California exam. So their going in assumption was that the statute wouldn't change, so that for people who have been attorneys for 4 years or more, which in this case could be by having taken an exam other than the NextGen UBE, then they too would only have to take the attorney's exam. Now, the CBE could ultimately decide that you don't like that and that you're recommending a statutory change along with the recommendation to the court about what the attorney's exam should be. And that's something that the CBE could recommend, that be handled differently, or that attorneys with more than 4 years of experience, I'm just trying to respond to you, I'm not recommending anything one way or the other, attorneys with more than 4 years of experience, you could say, if that more than 4 years was achieved by having taken something other than NextGen UBE, then sorry, you still have to take NextGen UBE and meet our passing score. But for those, and this cohort will grow over the years, that the attorney's exam only is only for those who achieved the California passing score on the NextGen UBE. That, if that's a direction that you want to go in because it gives you that comfort level, Though I largely heard you say that you're not so concerned about that. They've had more than 4 years of experience. They've sort of demonstrated not just by having passed their exam, but by practicing for 4 years, and that, you know, then a California component may be all that is required. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting question, and it's one of those things where part of me wants to say, attorney's exam is a different issue. Let's not talk about it. But I certainly understand how it guides your answer to the question of what type of exam is this going to be, and what should the purpose of the exam be.
Yeah.
But we can build, and if you'll let me, while Cody and then Joe are presenting, I can craft I can wordsmith a guiding principle that deals with this equity issue, and present that at the end when we're ready to adopt recommendations. But I want to know, is that the only guiding principle? Is that an additional guiding principle? What direction would you have us go in?
Well, the rule says this component will also constitute the attorney's examination for qualifying attorney applicants. It doesn't say what the qualifications are, which to me infers that we can set the qualifications. So I think that should be one of the guiding principles.
Well, they're kind of in the statute already, though, so.
Hold on, but can we add? Is what's in the statute exclusive, or can we add to it?
Well, I don't know, can the court
Without
just
legislation.
change the statute?
It's not changing the statute. It would apply additional requirements.
Got a battery problem on hers, maybe.
I'll let Donna answer. Sherry said you can recommend a change in the statute.
Yes.
That does not mean in and of itself the statute gets changed.
Of course.
Then it goes also to Donna, our ledge director, and myself likely to go work on that with the legislature.
And certainly, so I know since the mic wasn't on, there was difficulty hearing Laura on that. What she was commenting on was we could recommend a change in statute along with the recommendation to the court. I can also reach out to legislative staff, certainly not legislators right now, but as they're wrapping up their final session, but to get a read that to see if they'll let me sort of report back to you a read from the staff perspective on how that might land. And that's something I can report back at the October meeting on how it might land to do a statutory change for the reasons that you're talking about.
And then, this is Julie. I think just for the purposes of the public record, I had expressed some issues with the reading of the order. I guess on first reading, it seems like the Supreme Court is wanting the examination to be wrapped up with the NextGen exam. But I think you had discussed that there's really flexibility for us that's, parsing their language really, we have more flexibility than maybe what they're implying or what I read that they were implying.
Exactly right. Yeah, I know when I read it, I had that question: what does it mean to be administered in connection with? I think that's the terminology that's used. And so, the best that we can do right now, right? We've got the words of the order. We have communicated with the staff Supreme Court liaison. To say, well, what was, can you give us more about what was intended here? What was it intended when you say to be administered in connection with the exam? And the answer was there was nothing that it is flexible, that the recommendation belongs to CBE to say whether that whether frankly the California component is a part of the general bar exam, right? If the general bar exam maybe is just NextGen UBE, or is it NextGen UBE plus the California component? And when would the California component be delivered? They are not, pursuant to the communications that Laura and I have had, they are not limiting, they're not intending to imply that it must be delivered on day 2 of the NextGen UBE or the day before the NextGen UBE. It is just sort of part and parcel. think of it as part and parcel of the requirements for admission to the bar. You've got to pass NextGen UBE. There needs to be a California component, whether or not it's something that's scored and you have to pass. You all will recommend. That is another one of the admissions requirements, is the completion of the California component, in whichever way you recommend and they order that it be completed.
I guess not necessarily suggesting, and this isn't the deciding factor, but administratively, is it easier to have the California component kind of like our essays now, where it's administered at the same time as the NextGen UBE? We have everyone in the same areas together. We're kind of doing the same, essay development process. So is it, I guess for the short term, administratively easier to do something kind of like we have already?
So, I think there are a number of ways to look at it. I think it would be more costly, frankly, if we're going to do an in-person exam that is fully proctored at big test sites. I think that is a more costly way to administer it. One of the things that I keep hearing resonating in my head is multiple conversations that we've had with law school deans and bar prep faculty who talk about the cognitive load and having to have applicants study both the law that is being tested on the NextGen UBE and studying the California law at the same time for the same test, especially when it's not only, on the one hand, we'd be adding subjects that they're not currently studying. On the other hand, there would be subjects with distinctions, right? So they're going to answer a question about civil procedure one way for NextGen UBE and potentially another way for the California component. And so there's definitely concerns that we heard about the increased cognitive load that's required if we test them at the same time. So I know that's not an administrative answer, but I think administratively sort of doing something, I think, Paul, you had, queried before the break, if we were doing something, online that is potentially remote, like that, I think in our minds that would be administratively less complex to administer. And it would also give some flexibility in terms of platform. If we were to do it during the NextGen UBE, I would argue strongly against using any platform other than the one that is currently being used for the NextGen UBE, because requiring applicants to switch from one software platform to another, it would be inviting disaster. And so I would be trying to figure out with my general counsel how I get out of requirements to competitively bid for that, because it would just seem to me to be a horrible idea to have anything other than that platform. Whereas if we're doing something at a different time, then I think we've got a lot more flexibility to explore what the right platform is.
And I had a question, a few questions. So one, especially with that argument regarding like any kind of cognitive load, do we think that that's mitigated at all by releasing the subjects of like any essays that we would want to do in advance? And secondarily, I know that there's been kind of various discussions on the board about kind of like a rather than a bank of essays or a PT, that there's maybe a practical, like multiple choice thing that they do, kind of like what we do for new attorneys already. And so I guess I would want to hear more about how that would function when we have this attorney exam question. Would they be expected to just do that same coursework and then we call it, or could we add something on top of that and also adhere to the court order? Sorry, that was a lot of questions.
And this is part of what I was worried about with sort of jumping ahead, because I could talk about all of these topics all day, where my current thinking is, and I want to. But I also worry, right now we're focused on the guiding principles, and so I'd like to get back to that question as we move forward on one of the other issues, just so we can wrap this up and move on to one of the other topics. Future Madam Chair, if I may.
No, that's a good point. Forgot where we were.
So on the broad idea of guiding topics, are there any other thoughts? Can we make what we were talking about with the attorney's exam, work that in somehow?
Adding a guiding principle about our about California law school graduates largely being treated equitably with regard to the people leaving California being treated equitably in comparison with people coming into California. So yes, that is something that I can wordsmith.
And also the separate issue of people coming to California who may or may not meet our standards of minimal competence. Is that what you were talking about, Paul?
Yeah, I was raising it in case somebody, I've never been known as the chief advocate for local bar concerns. So I'm less concerned about it than I think the local bars are going to be, but.
Oh, yeah.
But if you think they are, and the group thinks, I can go either way on that. Donna, I would make it in terms of our bar members being treated going into other jurisdictions equally, and then that'll play into reciprocity and portability and all those other things that we're going to have to discuss later.
Yep, I think I got that. That makes sense, and I will. It's the word members. I think that threw me.
Okay.
But yeah, so I will wordsmith that as we move on. Part of the problem is staff were trying to come up with that guide that sort of sets out the order. At first, my challenge was, to me, it felt like everything needed to be decided first, because they all really do build upon one another. And so, I would be reluctant for you to add something that's talking about, meeting, if the exam in the other state doesn't meet our standards of minimum competence, because we aren't yet deciding, we will in a moment, whether we think the California component should be testing minimum competence or not. And so that's a challenge. Maybe we move on for now, and I will wordsmith that, and then we can circle back on guiding principles. Judge Reyna?
Well, I know you want to move on, but I maybe have one more guiding principle to add, and it would be, I don't know how to explain this, but I guess it depends on what our goal, and that's what we're going to eventually decide, the goal of the California component and how we want to test that goal, whether it's done, I know before it was done throughout law school or a test or whatever it might be, because it seems pretty flexible and open. But I think one thing that struck me was just having lots of college age nieces and nephews is just the legitimacy of how we test it and the security of that. Even I know with remote testing these days, AI and other avenues of technology, I think, make it a lot easier to cheat. Even I know in the past when we were trying the last provider of scanning the rooms and doing that, that I feel like more recently there's a lot more ways around that. Again, not knowing what the goals of the California component is. I mean, it might not be, we're not necessarily concerned about that, but maybe just a guiding, some sort of guiding principle as to the legitimacy of testing. I don't know that it's in there in what I saw. So that would be just a suggestion.
Yeah, and I will wordsmith something on that. And also one of the things that I'm trying to stay away from, not always successfully, but is using words like exam and test until we know what we're doing. And so I'll figure out some wording there that is non-specific.
Component.
I do keep going back to the California component as a way to not say exam or test. I think that's our comfort zone, right? We're used to talking about it as a test. And so it's hard not to fall back into that practice. That's muscle memory that we may need to break.
Can I follow up on what Judge Reyna and Paul are asking about? Do you two feel it's sufficient, the guiding principles that we have now, to go forward and wrap in your concerns as we talk about related issues, or do you feel like what both of you are talking about needs an extra guiding principle?
I think the equal treatment probably does require something that's, and I don't have a sense of the group if we really are concerned about the possibility of, somebody coming in who didn't originally test under the, under the rigor that we have guarded against up until this point. And the rest of the principles I'm fine with. I see them as kind of biblical in that they can be read various ways. And on the one hand, doing it right is more important than doing it fast or cheap. Probably conflicts with the schedule we've got. And that's fine because, these are not, we're not going to be judged against these, I don't think. It's just trying to focus our discussion. So I'm happy with them with the one or two additions, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so I guess I just want to clarify. Both of you want some sort of addition to the guiding principles, and then Donna, you would work on that offline.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
thanks.
what I'm thinking I could do is amend the one that talks about being reliable and predictable, and just add secure, and to the extent practicable because, as applicable, because reliable may mean something different with a test of familiarization than it does with a test of minimum competence. But I think that may be a way to accomplish your legitimacy and making sure that they're testing and not AI doing it, Judge Reyna.
Yeah, that's what perfect. Yeah,
I was thinking that reliable and predictable may actually be synonyms there, so maybe reliable and secure, like you suggested, Donna. Thank you.
All right. Now, did Cody and Joe?
Now we are moving on.
Okay.
As Donna mentioned at the beginning of this process, we felt like every question needed to be answered first. I have the privilege of actually bringing the question that needs to be answered first. I think we've narrowed it down that if there's one thing we can walk away from this meeting settled, can it please be, what is the purpose of this California component? The reason this is so foundational, we've already got a taste of it, so many of the decisions later on in the process will be influenced by this idea or the decision made around what the purpose of the component is. And we've talked about the timing, scoring, the assessment type, which Joe will get into shortly. So much of this will be impacted by first determining the purpose. I want to help frame that discussion because that's a pretty lofty question to answer today. I think one way to think about it is, what evidence in addition to the NextGen UBE is necessary for an applicant to become licensed? Where an individual lands in responding to that question, I think leads us to our two options that we've already alluded to. Option one is a demonstration of familiarity, I'm stumbling like Paul mentioned, or exposure to the essential concepts in the law applicable in California in the content areas that the court has identified. And option two, which is a demonstration of minimum competency. So as I mentioned, I'm going to walk through kind of some exercises to think about answering this question, and then I'll open it up for discussion. And this is an area where we are very much seeking a recommendation, at least a preliminary recommendation to help focus future discussions. So let me walk through a few considerations that, as I mentioned, I think can lead viewers or members here to an answer to that core question. The first one, I think, is this consideration. Is a demonstration of minimum competency even necessary in the 7 subject areas that were identified in the court's order? I think there's a lot of our stakeholders that probably have a gut feeling about what the answer to this question is. But to really do this right, it's important to really ground our thinking around this in kind of empirical evidence. And the best evidence that we have about what is necessary for entry-level practice were the results of our California attorney practice analysis that was conducted in 2019 and the recommendations made by the CAPA working group in their report in 2020. So I want to surface for the committee here some of the findings I think are relevant to this first consideration. So we looked at the 7 subject areas that the court identified in their order, and I'm going to start at the top here. With regard to civil procedure and evidence, the CAPA analysis, and actually let me zoom out for a second, the analysis itself was the result of a survey of over 16,000 attorneys in 2020. So we surveyed 16,000 attorneys about the areas of practice and the skills that are utilized, and the analysis then ranked them based on the frequency that they showed up in practice and their criticality, how important that work was. So based on that empirical evidence, the working group found that with regard to civil procedure and evidence, that these were two subject areas that were very frequent and very important to entry-level practice. The CAPA working group recommended that those two subject areas be included in a future bar exam. So that would suggest that assessing minimum competency in these subject areas is quite important. With regard to professional responsibility, the CAPA working group found that applicants already demonstrate a baseline competency in this area by their passing the MPRE. They also found that this is an area that is one of the few required courses under our rules for California attorneys, for law students. And they also felt like this was an area where post-licensure CLE could really help enhance awareness of professional responsibility requirements. And so the CAPA working group's recommendation was to not include professional responsibility. So again, this is perhaps a suggestion that a test of minimum competency in this area may not be needed. With regard to wills and secession, the CAPA working group recommended that it too be removed from the bar exam. This is an area that they found to be of low frequency in entry-level practice. And with regard to employment law, family law, and community property, while the empirical data that was collected during the analysis found that these were common practice areas, the working group, upon its own analysis, felt that they were specialized. And the working group's recommendation was to not include these areas in a bar exam, a test of minimum competency, but instead explore opportunities to expose students to these concepts through law school, and again, to include these topics in CLE post-licensure. So another area where at least the working group's recommendations would suggest that a test of minimum competency is not necessary. And in these three areas, there was at least a suggestion that familiarity and exposure was appropriate. And their recommendation was related to law school, but nonetheless exposure. I want to note, though, a couple of important things on this front. The working group's recommendations were made on the assumption that a future bar exam would test both laws of general applicability and our California specific law where applicable. And I'm pointing that out because obviously our question here today is about a California specific component. And so, to the extent that the recommendations would have been different with that more narrow focus, hard to say. And also, I should point out the findings from the analysis and the survey of our California attorneys. That survey was conducted in 2019, the report in 2020. So, they are 6 years old at this time, and there may have been some drift in practice areas since then. So, that's consideration one. Is the demonstration of minimum competency in these 7 subject areas necessary? I think, we'll leave it to members to come to their own conclusion on that. The second consideration to help frame this is whether or not evidence related to minimum competency in those subject areas is already sufficiently captured by the NextGen UBE. And so I just wanted to resurface kind of a comparison of the content areas that are captured. The NextGen UBE already covers 4 of the 7 subject areas identified by the court. Of course, that does not test California-specific law. And with regard to professional responsibility, the NextGen UBE is testing professional responsibility using its kind of skills assessment, meaning an applicant isn't expected to have a base of knowledge in professional responsibility. They'll be provided some legal resources and be asked to, apply them or use some other skill in applying what is provided in the resources. However, going back to the note in the last slide, there is a testing of the base of knowledge in this area when applicants pass the MPRE. Wills and secession is maybe a gray area. Wills and secession, some of the content area that is currently tested in that area in California is likely to appear in the NextGen UBE's trust and estates skills testing. Again, this will be one of these areas where an applicant, when they are sitting for the NextGen UBE, isn't required to have a base of knowledge, but instead will apply some resources. There's 3 subject areas identified in the Supreme Court's order about the California component that's not captured at all in the NextGen UBE. And so there would be no evidence that an applicant has minimum competency in these areas unless option 2 is adopted, a California component that's purpose is testing minimum competency. However, I want to point out those 3 areas happen to also be the 3 areas that the CAPA working group suggested should not be tested on a future bar exam, either because they are not relevant to minimum or to entry-level practice, or for some of the other reasons that I described in the previous slide. And I didn't mention it, but when the CAPA working group released its findings, one of the things that they were able to look at was the NCBE's national practice analysis that was conducted at that time. And what they found was a very strong correlation between our state-specific analysis and the NCBE's national analysis. And I want to point that out just to suggest that the exclusion of these 3 subject areas in NextGen UBE is a reflection of that national practice analysis, and the overlap between that and the recommendations to exclude them on a future bar exam that the CAPA working group made are related in the sense that our state California practice analysis was the findings were very similar to that of the national analysis. And that helps explain kind of why the 3 subject areas not covered in NextGen UBE are also those that were not recommended by the working group. With that said, I want to be clear. I'm trying to kind of call out kind of just the facts of the coverage. But one might find that regardless, there is a completely viable viewpoint or reasonable viewpoint to test minimum competency in California law in the 7 subject areas anyways. And I think, just to summarize those viewpoints, and we've heard it, today by, I think, some of our public commenters, but there's definitely a viewpoint that for the public's protection, there is value in determining that an applicant has demonstrated minimum competency in all of the 7 subject areas that the court has identified. And there's certainly a perspective of some that means also demonstrating minimum competence on California specific law. And that certainly is not captured by the NextGen UB. So that is one viewpoint, and I just want to stress that alongside what is our analysis of the overlap of subject areas here. A third consideration are the results of our stakeholder surveys. We included in the attachments a more recent survey of the California law schools and which purpose they would support. You can see that the vast majority of our ABA approved schools and our California accredited schools indicated that they would prefer a California component whose purpose is ensuring familiarity or exposure to these concepts in California law. And in contrast, our unaccredited law schools very much favored the test of minimum competence. I want to point out something interesting. We had surveyed our law schools leading up to the prior recommendation regarding adoption of NextGen UBE. I think the last survey we brought to the committee was either in December of 2025 or January of 2026. And while the questions were worded slightly different, the overall findings were very much the same, which is to say that the ABA schools and the CALs at that time generally did not support an assessment of minimum competence, while the unaccredited schools did. And in fact, the support for a test of minimum competence has actually decreased among the CALs and ABA since the court's order to adopt NextGen UB, meaning there's less support for that in this survey that was conducted in the last month than the one that was conducted at the end of 2025. So I'm going to open the floor for discussion. I just want to make one more point here. What I wanted to illustrate with this slide is that wherever a member lands in trying to answer this question of what evidence is necessary for an applicant to be licensed, that if you find yourself as someone who has landed at the result that you believe a familiarity or exposure component makes sense, that it has an appropriate place within our kind of continuum of licensure requirements. We have kind of several buckets that you can think about for these things. We have eligibility requirements. That includes legal education. So there's room and space for an educational requirement. But it also includes the MPRE, which is itself more like a traditional exam. It's proctored. It's got more traditional item types. It is scored, but it is not an assessment of minimum competence. And so our eligibility requirements today already include some components that could look like, or that an option 1 could look like. If you are, finding that the information that we've presented or that your opinions are leaning towards a demonstration of minimum competence, of course, that fits into our existing step today, which is that we already require applicants to demonstrate minimum competency, and that's our traditional bar exam. But the purpose being here, I think mostly just to articulate that option 1 and option 2 are natural fits for what are currently our different requirements as part of licensure. So why don't I leave it there for discussion? And as I mentioned, we are very eager to receive at least a preliminary recommendation on this front, and I'd love to get some thoughts about what members think the purpose of the California component should be.
And again, this is a focus on the purpose, and then after we have that discussion, we'll move on to, okay, so in light of that purpose, then let's talk about what the type of assessment we might have.
Just a small comment on the purpose. I think a key purpose of the California component would be providing information or background preparation for attorneys to deliver services to the public. I'm a little bit surprised that study was emphasizing civil procedure and evidence as the critical parts for the public. California operates the legal specialization program. The most popular fields for that are family law, estate planning, and workers' compensation, employment. And so to me, it seems that the public, through that program, is showing what they care about is family law, employment law, and estate planning. That's what they deal with. We should have a component that tries to train lawyers in the areas that the public appears to need.
Yeah, and if I could just provide some context, I think is related to that. The working group made its recommendations using, I think, kind of a two-pronged approach. There was the empirical data that came from the survey. And so for civil procedure and evidence, those ranked very high as frequent and critical tasks. And so there was empirical data to back that. There were other recommendations that the working group made based on its own deliberations and its own considerations of what it knew about practice in California. So I guess I would consider that second prong more subjective. And so there's certainly room to have like a differing opinion on that matter. And that recommendation didn't necessarily come out of the empirical data. It was part of the working group's deliberations.
I guess I would lean more towards it testing minimum competence. I think because it's also functioning as the attorney examination, I think, in the desire to protect the public, I think we want to make sure that attorneys coming from out of state are, serving California's public. So we're making sure that those attorneys have the minimum competence for our state.
If we assume that the NextGen, and 4 years or more of experience in another bar is a demonstration of competence, then we're really just talking about the making sure that people who are going to come to California or begin in California are aware of the differences. The whole point of even the California specific exam that the court previously ordered and this new exam, or one of the major points, is to reduce the rote memorization of doctrinal law. So I think option one is more consistent with that. And it could offer the opportunity to, it could be very comprehensive. So rather than just testing the, the few principles that you can fit into, say, a half-day exam, they could show them the whole panoply of differences. It's going to make better issue spotters. Nobody remembers, I remember nothing of what I studied for the bar exam, but that was 35, 40 years ago. So I think it can be just as good if we assume that competence is already established.
I agree with Paul, not the part about I don't remember anything from the bar exam, but his comments before that, thanks.
Okay. Cody, do you have some guidance there?
What I'm hearing, I mean, we've just heard a couple of people, so, I mean, we can wordsmith it's not a lot of wordsmithing. I'm hearing from two people that what we should say is that the purpose is exposure to California law, familiarization, et cetera. I see Michael shaking his head yes as a third for that. So if that's, we can easily put that into a resolution. That is not what Julianne suggested. Right. Julianne's recommendation for the group was that it should be a test of minimum competence. Option 2, as Paul was classifying them as options 1 and 2. So we just need to make sure that we're following your direction by drafting a resolution that now at the moment is sort of 3 people in one are arguing for one perspective.
I guess for me, we're arguing this separate from the format, though, correct? Mm-hmm. So I guess how is the direction familiarization versus competence going to affect the format? Because it might be that that's sufficient for both. So I don't know if do we need to make this stark of a difference? Because I feel like there's a lot of overlap. If you're, familiar with the law, it kind of implies some competency in kind of both ways. I feel like there's not this hard distinction anyway between the two concepts.
I think in some ways you're right. Minimum competence sort of as a concept versus a term of art, right? But right, you can certainly argue that by ensuring that somebody is familiar with California law, that they have the exposure, that they're familiar with it, that they are educated on it, they potentially have to, and you'll figure this out in the next section, they potentially have to, work their way through, do problem solving, answer questions or do knowledge checks, that is a way to show that they are conceptually competent in those areas. But sort of as a term of art, right, minimum competence, we envision an exam that's more like the traditional exam that we give today, where that there's no question you are proctored. We know it's you. We are watching you. We know that you're not looking at other materials potentially, right? So it's driving the discussion about what type of assessment it is.
All right.
So maybe move on to
Joe. Yeah.
Slide it.
All right, so recommendation for the type of assessment, and I'm kind of being, I think, redundant here, like the, reliable and predictable being redundant. I think it's, what we're really saying here is that the purpose of the exam is going to drive so many things, but it's really the purpose of the exam, that's really a philosophical decision, which is, what NextGen is. Are we also going to have a minimal competence for California, or are we going to have an educational component of familiarity with California? And that's sort of the decision that's on the table for today. And trying to combine that with what are the consequences is going to be really hard to make that decision, because then you're kind of approving a whole package of things. You're going to say, well, we could go down this road, but then what does that mean for reciprocity? What does that mean for how we administer the exam? What does that mean for all of these things? Well, really what we're saying is the question is more what's right. You have the NextGen, you're doing a California component. Should it be minimal competence, or should it be more familiarity? Once that decision is made, so many things will flow from that. And, but it's hard. It's hard to separate those two. And I get that. It's very hard to separate. It's very hard to say, it's a very easy thing to say, I think the exam should be available at home, and it should be available on demand for access purposes. That's a very easy, and I understand that kind of argument, but I think what we're saying here today is we need to get the purpose first, and then all those things will flow, and then we can deal with reciprocity. Then we can deal with access. Then we can deal with all these practical issues that flow from this decision. So this is what this slide is about. Once we have the purpose of the exam, it will guide future recommendations. And once we have that, what we're recommending is that the CBE adopt a preliminary recommendation today to help frame and inform discussion on dependent topics. And also what's important in that word is preliminary. But that's what we're suggesting. And to give some guidance, Cody talked about what the CAPA analysis showed. When you're talking about a more traditional assessment that we're talking about, that's got a lot of components that we're eventually going to have to talk about if that's the road you want to go down, whether it's proctored, whether it's graded, whether it's open book or closed book. Is it, are we assessing skills in drafting and writing? A more traditional assessment, really the philosophical thing behind a more traditional assessment is that the applicants must teach themselves. What we provide is we provide an assessment, and the applicants need to bring themselves up to the standard that we're setting in order to demonstrate minimal competence. Now, to go to a more educational component, that's a little different. We're going to provide the education. We're going to take on some responsibility to make certain that the applicants know California law, so that there's some kind of statement we can make about those applicants when they come through the system. And then there'll be all sorts of things that flow from that, whether we'll have knowledge checks, whether we'll have MCQs, what it'll look like in terms of that education component, and all of those things. So to give a little guidance on what people have thought about before, we do have this survey that was done, which is what should the format be for the California component. And this is a very dense slide. It's got a lot of information on it, so I'm gonna read it out just to because it's a lot to see there. So what this was a survey, and you guys are familiar with the survey probably, where we were asking ABA deans and CALS deans and unaccredited deans which of these 4 options do you want? So they had to choose one of the 4. So these additions add up to 100%, and they could have chose other. And the first thing we asked was, should it be an educational instructional program teaching about how to find and apply California law that includes knowledge checks or similar tools throughout the program to ensure learning outcomes are achieved? That's a little different from the next one, where the first part is the same. It should be an educational instructional program teaching about how to find and apply California law. That's the same thing that was set up there, but includes a final assessment. Or should it be a closed book exam? Or should it be an open book exam? And what the results are showing is that among ABA deans, they like the first option first, which is an educational instructional program that would include knowledge checks or similar tools. 20% like the educational instructional program that included a final assessment. And what that form of final assessment could be, it's not specified here. It could be, there's all sorts of things you could do for the final assessment. And 13% suggested a closed book exam, which would be like the NextGen, right? And the CALs and unaccredited deans had somewhat different opinions on that in terms of what they saw as important or what they were willing to endorse.
Let's stop before the next slide, which just highlights what it says in the report about other jurisdictions and where they came down, and open this up to discussion, right? So being sort of where you landed, sort of 3 of you preliminarily landing on a test of exposure and familiarity with California law, others potentially thinking minimum competence. Where does that guide you in terms of this question about what type of assessment should it be?
One of the things I thought maybe we could think about is I've often had to take learning modules for things like workplace harassment and things like that have an educational component. So they're teaching me about this topic that I must learn about. And then as I go through the education, they have these self-quizzes, and it will not let you go to the next section unless, number one, you spent the appropriate time reading or interacting with the slides, meaning you can't just click through them quickly. And then 2, you have to pass the self-quiz before you keep going. It allows you to keep trying, and it sometimes explains why if you got the answer wrong, you got it wrong. I could envision that might be a very happy medium, but between what Paul and I and Michael were thinking and maybe what Julie had in mind, because I think it encourages familiarity, but it also encourages remembering, because I would think for a lawyer who comes to California or a law student who's going to be practicing in California, you don't necessarily need to know the right answer off the top of your head. What you need to know is there is a difference in California and you need to look it up. So I think maybe a happy medium like that might be something for us to think about. Thank you.
And one of the things that, one of the options is to not just know that you have to look it up, but teach where to look it up. So there was an example in the staff report of, a community property question that is teaching you what the rules are in California about the allocation of the appreciation on a separate property business at the time of divorce. And it will point you to the leading case law on it with hyperlinks. And similarly with your trainings, I'm sure you had to look at, and what's your particular office policy on this? You would have to go, you'd have to read those cases. Then it could create a fact pattern and ask you questions to see if you actually read the cases and understood, and if you could apply it. So based on this, here's a fact pattern now. How would you answer this question? How would you allocate the appreciation of the separate property business under these facts? and what was the case that guided you on that, right? So showing you where the law is. It could point you to statutes in an area. California law is governed by X, and point you to that area of the code. You have to read that, then you go back and you answer questions. So it's a mix, right? A learning program does not mean that there cannot be a test, an assessment component as part of it.
Yeah, I just, the way this is written, the first question, it seems to be emphasizing research tools and how to find things. And I wouldn't want that to be exclusive. It's just as important to give people a clue as to the areas where they are most likely to find differences and know about the more common ones so that they will spot the issue.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that, Paul, because I think that is what's actually the most important, right? I think that how students and lawyers retrieve information may change markedly in a very short amount of time. But what isn't going to change is what Paul is highlighting, which is if they don't know there's a difference, they're not going to know to look for it, right? So as long as we can, to some degree, ensure that they understand that there are these areas of law where California law diverges, and we can check that they know that, flag that they know that in their mind, I think that would be really... I got sick of hearing me, so I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
So what I hear you saying is modifying that first one to say something more like an educational instructional program teaching about the distinctions in California law. That includes knowledge checks or similar tools throughout the program to ensure learning outcomes are achieved.
That sounds much better than the way I phrased it. Thank you, Donna.
Josh.
I'll try to make this quick, but I think this is a really important decision, and I understand that the LACBA president offered to work directly with staff and the in-committee members in developing this this California component, so I think we should put this vote off.
Nothing we do here today is final, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, staff needs guidance because we're on such a short timeline. But what Josh is suggesting is something that I've also been contacted by some stakeholders, some former members of this committee, some former staff members who are very interested in participating in this process. And we've kicked around the idea of having either a town hall or some kind of a session to get that input. So I would encourage our next administration to keep working in that regard.
And we have a resolution, we have a resolution that talks about you sort of directing us to follow through with this idea of doing a stakeholder engagement forum. Our thinking is that that would happen in September, so that you could have the information that's provided during that forum at the October meeting before too many decisions are made, right? So that'll help inform all the future decisions. If it were to sort of change a direction on a decision that has already been made, then that is something that we could easily revisit as well. But we'd like to embark on this stakeholder engagement forum where we're engaging with the appropriate representatives from law schools, the appropriate representatives from the public, from disability rights organizations, from bar associations, from prospective examinees, and getting their input on these many very important questions that we're asking.
So, I was just going to add also one related piece. There is the stakeholder engagement, but the committee and the subcommittee are also going to separately discuss who should serve as subject matter experts, what the qualifications look like. So there will also be discussions about who should play a direct role in the process too, beyond just outreach and engagement. And those are upcoming discussions.
So what do we need to do today, Donna?
So I was hoping we would at least narrow in on the type of assessment, but I honestly expected that we wouldn't reach a recommendation on it.
But we would like a recommendation, a preliminary recommendation on the purpose, which we have, yes.
I was just going to weigh in because I know there's only been, 4 folks that have weighed in. So just to offer my thoughts. I agree. I mean, I agree with Julie and the other 3 that, well, I agree with Julie that it's a, familiarization and competence somehow overlap for me as well. But I think based on what's been said, I like how Justice Mesiwala and Paul have framed it, and I lean more towards, I guess, familiarization and how we reworded, I guess, the first format. I like that kind of idea and trend in that direction. So if I had to set our goals, I would go more towards that direction in this idea of familiarization with this component.
Do we actually need to take a vote today?
You need to take a vote.
All right.
I have a question about format. So we've kind of thrown around these ideas of those modules, and so have we done any thinking about how that would be? I don't know if individualized is the right word, but individualized, do we care? Is that a question for us about how much uniqueness we need from year to year between each cohort, or each, I guess, February to July of each cohort, so that the questions are changing and not replicable? And is that something where based on, maybe not minimum competence, it matters at all? I don't know if we've considered that.
That is on the list.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think that's my biggest, I like the idea about a module because I think that it's more practical, but I would have some concerns about people relying too heavily on, other people doing the work for them, right? Like you could go to your classmate and go, what did you get for this? So I don't have to do it, and I don't know if there's a way around that or if it matters too much, because frankly, it's not that different than practice. I think we all rely on others, but I guess if we're judging this on familiarity and ability, then it should matter.
That will be part of a future discussion, but let me just tease kind of one piece of this. Because I think Joe used some terminology that I think is really relevant here, which is we want to be able to say something about applicants when they complete this component. When it's a minimum if it's a minimum competency assessment, right? We have the things we want to say is that we validated the person, that it's a reliable exam because it's proctored and secure, that it's that they've met the threshold for minimum competency because there's a spectrum of performance and they've crossed a certain line. For a familiarity and exposure option, we are at kind of the ground floor of research, but there are things we can build in that can help us say something about how much they learned or that they did learn something, right? So that could be everything from how much time they spent in the module, in which we can, determine whether or not someone was appropriately engaging with the materials. It can be an assessment at the end, a knowledge check. It can be an ID verification. So there's elements that this would be for later discussions, that then allows us to say something more concrete about what it is that was gained by someone who participated in one of these, in a familiarity component. So very early, and there'll be, I think, more robust discussion later.
Donna, are you ready to put something up?
Yep. Do you want to share the resolutions? Okay, let me go through these since, so what we're specifically adding here, under number 1, number 1 deals with the guiding principles. So this says that that the recommendations regarding the California component shall be guided by the guiding principles adopted by the Board of Trustees in May 2025 and the Committee of Bar Examiners in August 2025 as applicable, with the following amendments. The principle, the exam must be reliable and predictable, is amended to read, the California component must be reliable and secure. And then we're adding a guiding principle that would read, California licensees be treated equitably, such that there is relative parity between how California deals with attorneys licensed in other jurisdictions seeking admissions in California, vis-a-vis how California treats attorneys licensed in other jurisdictions seeking No, I knew I got that wrong. California licensees be treated equitably.
with attorneys licensed in other jurisdictions. No, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And other jurisdictions deal with California attorneys.
Cody, you've locked it.
Yeah.
Can you change it? You've locked it. I can't get in.
Yeah, okay. So I'm sorry, what is the edit we're proposing here?
Vis-a-vis how other jurisdictions
Treat
I read it.
California attorneys seeking admission in those other jurisdictions.
Yeah, you can just cut down to where. There's just a lag. So that's the guiding principles.
Can you zoom in on it?
I'm sorry, is there a what?
Zoom in, zoom in.
If that captures what we talked about.
I like B.
So that's the guiding principles. Number 2, the purpose of the California component shall be to ensure that an applicant has familiarity with or exposure to topics in the 7 content areas identified by the Supreme Court that are most important for practice in California. And then 3, I've highlighted because I wasn't sure if you wanted to vote on that now, or if you wanted to pull that one for now. And that was the California component shall be the following type of assessment or program: an educational instructional program teaching distinctions in California law that includes knowledge checks or similar tools throughout, or maybe it's throughout the program or at the end of the program.
How about just in the program? Then we can make a decision whether it's throughout the program or at the end of the program.
Yeah, you could be silent on that at this point.
Yeah,
Say
yeah, I think,
knowledge
yeah.
checks.
Okay, knowledge checks or
Yeah.
similar tools to ensure learning
Yeah.
outcomes are achieved.
Can you go back to 2 though?
Two is the.
Don't we really want to talk about the distinctions in California law? That's what we're trying to teach here. Not just those topics in general.
Or at least identifying.
Yeah.
So adding, so we have the distinctions in 3, you're saying adding the distinctions also to 2.
Or something that, we want to talk about the differences between the black, or I guess we still call it black letter law, and California law.
But it does talk about the areas that are, the topics within those 7 content areas that are most important for practice in California law. So I think that sort of hints at, right, the things that are similar or different that are most important for practice in
Okay,
California.
that's a little broader, but that's fine.
And then the rest of the resolution was unchanged. It's adopting the guide and also directing us to plan for the stakeholder engagement forum in September 2026.
Josh?
Yeah, I would propose that we remove 3 and talk about that later after the stakeholder discussion. If anyone else is all right with that.
So are you making a motion for what's on the screen minus 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
State Bar now, but I think it's really important to voters think on this topic, especially in the survey. It seems like accredited and unaccredited law schools seem to prefer more.
Is that a second?
Okay. So is that a second? Second.
Yep.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded to adopt the resolutions absent number 3. Adrian, call the roll, please.
Bolton,
Or you want more discussion?
Burns, not present. Cow, not present. Dill, not present. Gongora, not present. Kayajian,
Yes, yes.
Kramer,
No.
Lawrence, not present. Lee,
Yes.
Justice Masiwala, Montgomery,
Yes.
Poole, not present. Reed,
Yes.
Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Reyna,
No.
Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Yokelson.
Yes.
With 9 yeses and 3 nos, the motion passes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. That was a lot. Thank you.
Great discussion, everybody. And this is not the end of it. Where were we? 4.4. Let's move on to 4.5. Discussion and action, if appropriate, on proposed amendments to the California Rules of Court and the rules of the State Bar regarding special admissions, amended California rules, 9.40, 9.43, 0.44, 9.45, 9.46, and amended State Bar Rules 3.360 to 3.367, 3.70 to 3.77, 3.380 to 3.382, 3.400 to 3.411, and amended Appendix A, schedule of changes, and a request to circulate this for public comment. This item is intended for committee discussion only, but the committee is not prohibited from taking action should it choose to. The item is being presented by Office of Admissions Program Director Tara Clark. Tara?
Thank you, Ellen.
Are you
And
here?
I cannot see them, but I'm hoping Christina and David are at the table. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, and we are at the table.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So, and that was a mouthful. So we're going to refer to these as the special admissions rules. For those who may recall, you saw some of these rules a couple of years ago. The last time was in, I believe, October of 2024, but that did not include the Pro Hoc Vice or Out-of-State Attorney Arbitration Council rules. So since it's been some time, we're just starting from the beginning and bringing you the full special admissions rules packet. So very briefly, I'm just going to go over what these rules are for. So we have the various programs that allow out-of-state attorneys or foreign attorneys to practice law in a limited capacity without being fully licensed in California. So for Pro Hoc Vice, that's in specified court cases, out-of-state attorney arbitration council in specified arbitration matters. Foreign legal consultant, so someone who is licensed in a foreign jurisdiction, can practice the law of their home jurisdiction while in California. Registered legal aid attorneys. So these are part of our multi-jurisdictional practice program attorneys who practice under an eligible legal aid organization. And then we have our registered in-house counsel. So those who practice for typically a corporation. We see a lot of Google, Apple, people of that nature. And on this slide, you'll see the brief requirements that we have. So for FLC, RLAA, and RAHC, they are required to undergo almost the entire process for admission. They don't have to pass the exam, and they don't have to report their MPRE score, but they do have to register as an attorney applicant. They have to submit, obviously, the application for the program, and they have to submit the moral character application. So you'll note that Pro Hoc Vice and out-of-state Arbitration Council, OSAC, because those are limited and very finite in time, they're not required to submit either the registration application or the moral character application. And then Christina and David, jump in as you have anything, please. And next slide. And as a quick reminder, so the one rule set that you're not seeing before you today is for the Registered Service Member Attorney and Service Member Spouse Attorney Program. So those rules, formerly known as the Registered Military Spouse Attorney rules, those were amended last year to comply with some federal regulations that had changed. And so one of the things that we wanted to bring up, and you'll see it in the agenda item, is that the RSSA, as we call it now, those attorneys must not be under a disciplinary investigation in another jurisdiction. The working group did not adopt that with these set of rules. The reason being is that RSSA are essentially allowed to practice as if they're a California licensee. They don't have to work under the supervision of another attorney or any sort of organization. They're able to practice law in all of the forms that a California licensee can. And so the working group did not feel that that restriction was necessary for these programs, since these are more finite in scope, and these attorneys don't have that, we'll say, free reign for practice. And so for all of our special admissions rules, you'll see that we have requiring active license with no restriction. So we've come across in both U.S. jurisdictions and some foreign jurisdictions that although an attorney is still being called active, they actually have a restriction on their license to practice law. And so the working group discussed that if somebody is going to be in California and practice under one of these limited programs, that they should not have any restrictions. I think, David, were you going to jump in?
I was thinking about jumping in. Thanks. So, yeah, an example of that is in Texas currently. Historically, an active attorney suggested someone who can practice law at the present. And among other things, that indicated that, for example, the attorney is meeting the CLE requirements in any given jurisdiction. Texas now has a licensure status whereby somebody who does not meet the CLE requirement during a CLE compliance period can opt to have a status where they are still considered a active attorney, but they're not permitted to practice. There's small exceptions. They can represent family members. So whereas the word active used to mean generally the same thing in different jurisdictions, it no longer does. And so now we find ourselves wanting to specify that somebody has an unlimited, right to practice law instead of just using the word active as a proxy.
Thank you. And next you'll see, so just clarifying that all of these special admissions attorneys are subject to the disciplinary authority of the California Supreme Court and the State Bar of California. So the different rule sets some of them had various references to that. And so you'll see, it looks like a lot of red line. A lot of it is meant to try to standardize the rules of court as much as possible with the subdivisions of the requirements. And then the same thing for the State Bar rules. And that actually is our third point. You'll see we also defined key terms throughout the rules. And then for the State Bar rules, so that would refer to the FLC, RLAA, and RAHC. We also revised the suspension and termination processes. And we did so in conjunction with the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. As the rules currently stand, it's not clear what happens if one of these special admissions attorneys were to run afoul of the rules. So now it's made very clear that if they were to there were a notice of disciplinary charges filed against them by OCTC, then they would be suspended from the program. And then if either State Bar Court or the California Supreme Court or another jurisdiction were to impose any sort of disciplinary action, they would be terminated from the program. I actually wanted to wrap that back to my earlier comment. That was also related to why the working group did not choose to implement the prohibition on attorneys who had a disciplinary investigation in another state, since our rules do account for if there is discipline imposed, they will be terminated from the program regardless. Okay, and so here are some of the other changes by programs themselves. So for OSAC, again, that's our Out-of-State Attorney Arbitration Council. Right now, we do have State Bar rules. However, they are quite sparse. So the working group is suggesting that we repeal those rules and incorporate the pertinent information into the rules of court. That way you just have the one rule set that they're able to abide by, and that would also mirror Pro Hoc Vice. The Pro Hoc Vice State Bar rules were repealed some years back, and so they're only controlled by the rules of court now. For the foreign legal consultants, right now there is a requirement that they provide a letter of recommendation from their jurisdiction. However, all attorney applicants, be it those from another U.S. jurisdiction or a foreign country, are required to provide a certificate of good standing. And so the working group felt that we could remove this requirement because it's overly burdensome given that they're already providing this CGS for us. And another thing, the biggest change here would be consolidating the securities for claims rule. So essentially, this is like malpractice insurance for these foreign legal consultants. As the rules currently stand, each type of security for claim has its own rule set. So now, but it was largely duplicative. So now we're just suggesting that it's consolidated into one, trying to clarify exactly what the requirements are and the various ways that these foreign legal consultants can meet that requirement. For registered, I'll skip RLA for a moment and I'll go to registered in-house counsel. So if you do recall back in October of 2024, this is one of the recommendations that the committee had approved if we were to move forward with the rules at that time, was removing the California residency requirement. What that means right now, if somebody is per se, I'm going to use Google again as an example just because we see them quite frequently. Somebody is actually living in another state, their body's in another state, but they're working in California remotely for Google. They are not eligible to qualify for this program. So we do have anecdotally a handful of attorneys that reach out. They want to participate in this program, so they're in compliance, but they're just not able to. And so the only path forward at this time is to seek full licensure. So by removing this residency requirement, it will allow those who are working remotely in California to participate in the program. Before I move on to RLA, did you want to add anything to that, David or Christina?
Nope, thanks.
Okay, and I asked because I know this is something we see not infrequently in moral character. So, okay, and so for RLAA, some of these were suggestions that the committee had approved back in October 2024, the second and third one. So as it stands currently, if you are an out-of-state attorney applicant who has taken and failed the California bar exam within the last 5 years, you are not eligible to apply for this program. Additionally, once somebody is RLAA, they can only practice for up to 5 years, and then they would have to seek full licensure. However, the committee, as well as public comment, felt that these requirements were unnecessary and they were chilling participation in the program, and that out-of-state attorneys may wish to engage in legal practice under these eligible legal aid organizations, but may not be able to, or for a longer period of time, given these limitations. So the one new requirement that we are suggesting be removed is the supervising attorney. So if you recall back to our registered service member attorney and service member spouse attorney, so RSSA rules, they formerly also had to be under supervising attorney when and prior as well. But once those rules came forward to the committee without the supervising attorney rule, we did hear from a lot of stakeholders again that they felt this requirement was unnecessary. These attorneys are already working under the supervision of the eligible legal aid organization. So having that additional requirement for the supervising attorney is unnecessary. And again, can limit participation in the program, which we are trying to revise the requirements to remove those unnecessary prohibitions. Okay, and this is also, so this one is another new one for you. So anecdotally, the rules do require that participants in these programs for FLs, or I'll specify RLAA and RAHC, let us know if they are no longer working for their qualified employer or the eligible legal aid organization, or they must also obtain approval before starting at a new one. However, this frequently does not happen, and we only find out about it during the annual renewal cycle. So in an attempt to try to encourage, one part of it is attempting to encourage compliance is implementing the late penalties. And so as it stands, the working group proposed having the first late penalty take effect 31 to 180 days after either leaving their employer or starting with the new employer. You'll see the first one is 106, and that matches the late penalty for the annual licensee fees as it stands. So the committee could obviously adjust that amount, but that was what we started with. And then if you were to go past the 6 months, so 6 months up to 1 year would be double that amount. What this effect essentially does is allows a 30-day grace period. So say for some reason, left employment, started at a new employer, forgot to tell the state bar. If they do let us know within that first 30 days, there's not going to be a penalty. They would just have that change of employer fee, which we were also suggesting we implement. And this is just due to the administrative processing that does occur right now. You'll see that it is a tiered fee. So RLAA at $100 and RAHC at $275. This just mirrors the tiered structure of the current application fee. Again, the committee is welcome to adjust these if they were like these were just starting points from the working group. And then at the very bottom of the slide, you'll also see that there's a new requirement so that if they do not disclose, and I missed this part on the slide, but so that either if they do not disclose that they've left their employer for more than a year, or they fail to obtain state bar approval for more than a year, then they would be terminated from a program. And again, this is to try to encourage compliance, as well as avoid those attorneys engaging in the unauthorized practice of law by working for an employer that we're not aware of. And anything to add before I move on to this one? And so since it's been some time, I think since we've had a full rule process, we wanted to just remind you of what that looks like. So first, you don't have to today. We're just bringing it forward for discussion. The committee, as Alan mentioned, does have the option to make a motion. So it's included in the agenda item, but it's not expected. Once the committee does make that motion, the recommendation that the board circulate the rules for public comment. The rules package would then go forward to the board. The board would have to approve circulating the rules for a public comment period. We are requesting that it be a 60-day public comment period. That's been our standard for the last several years. So then it would be put out for the 60-day public comment period. We would notify key stakeholders. Once the rules return from that public comment period, we will bring back an agenda item that catalogs everything for you. If there's a large number, there may be maybe certain tables and whatnot, just to try to help the committee understand what all of the feedback was. If there are no substantive changes, then the committee could recommend that the board adopt and approve the rules as they stand. However, if in response to public comment, the committee wants to make any changes, typically then the rules would go out for a 45-day public comment period, just to get, again, stakeholder feedback on those additional changes. So once the revised rules after public comment period have moved through the committee, they would again go to the board. The board would have to adopt and approve the revised rules and request that the California Supreme Court review and approve the rules. And just as a quick reminder, had a lot of changes over the last year. So the California Rule of Court 9.5A was modified last fall. And so only those rules that are typically prerequisites for admission to the practice of law in California would go to the court for approval. However, since this rule packet includes the rules of court, it will still go to the court for their review and approval. And then if the court were to approve the rule set, they would set an effective date. Some of the past ones we've seen have been 60 days from the date of the court's order. And so this is a sample timeline for you. So hypothetically, if we do bring this back in October and the committee recommends circulating them for public comment, it would go to the board's November meeting. A public comment period, typically it might take a week or two to get that up. So we would do it roughly December to January, bring it back to the committee in March. If there's no substantive changes, would then go to the board in May and then to the court in June. So you can see we do still have quite a ways to go with these rules, but we're happy to bring these back for you and glad that we have the momentum going on them again. I do think that the changes that the working group, both prior and current, have incorporated will help increase the numbers in these programs and allow the more participation in them. So are there any questions?
Thank you, Tara. Paul.
Yeah, I looked at these and I participated back in 2023, whenever it was in the initial round of these. I provided some comments to staff. I don't think they're ready to be recommended to go out for comment today, but I can talk my concerns over with staff, none of which are particularly significant, but they're the details that make the rules the best they can be. I do think it would be useful to get a sense of the committee today, though, whether we wanted to see that provision that merely being under investigation by another bar would cause you to have to, at least be suspended from the program. That sounds a little harsh to me, but Tara, tell me if somebody is under investigation in another bar, and then that bar goes and brings charges against them, would that trigger their suspension? Or would we have to wait until the end of discipline, the final disciplinary action in that other state?
So as the rules are drafted, and just for those who are following along, these are in the rules of the state bar. It would only be if so the State Bar of California were to initiate the disciplinary proceedings, would they be suspended? And as it stands, they would only be terminated if the other jurisdiction were to impose discipline. So I think from what I'm hearing from Paul, we could, if the committee were in agreement, we could add that if they were to have the equivalent of the disciplinary proceedings against the special admissions attorney in another jurisdiction, that they also be suspended.
And then they'd be required to report that to us, that they had charges filed, presumably.
Correct.
Yeah, it does seem to me that we shouldn't wait until we learn that they were, say, disbarred or suspended in their other state to relieve them of our program, at least, well, suspend, perhaps. So if that's the sense of the committee, then as we go back and I talk to them about addressing my niggles, we could fix that up so we'd be ready in October.
That sounds reasonable. Any other thoughts? Okay.
May I ask specifically if there's any thoughts on the proposed fees and penalties that we had suggested?
I don't see any.
Reasonable to me.
Yeah, they sound reasonable. All right. With that, thank you, Tara. I think we will defer action on this until October. Let's give Paul a chance to talk about his issues, and then let's bring this back in October and hopefully very quickly send it out for public comment.
Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. So that concludes 4.5. Let's move on to 4.6. Action on the 2026 minimum cumulative 5-year bar exam pass rate compliance reporting for accredited law schools. Natalie Leonard will be presenting. Natalie?
Thank you, Chair. So just for context, each year, accredited law schools are required to submit a minimum cumulative 5-year bar exam pass rate. So that's not for an individual exam, it's for, it's an average over 5 years altogether. They must maintain a minimum of 40% or more. And I'm very pleased to tell you that all of the accredited law schools fell into the or more category with values of at least 50% or above. So I believe that you will find that all accredited law schools are in compliance. A couple quick facts of note. San Joaquin College of Law for the second year in a row reports an MPR above 80 at 83.3%. We also have 2 schools showing an increase in the MPR, and it is notable that the Empire College of Law, a longtime school up in the Sebastopol area, is closing this year due to the retirement of its owners. But all the way to the end, they taught out all of their students, and they finished with a 78.8% MPR. So I appreciate the type of climate that you create for schools to support their students through and including licensure. Cody has placed on the screen the NPR values starting from 2018. So some of you may remember that earlier the NPR started to be reported in 2016. There was a brief break and it's been reported consistently since 2018. Though the overall NPR is down a few points this year, it's still quite strong for all schools. And normally we send warning letters to those schools with 45% or below NPR, but this year there's clearly no need to do so. And this has some bearing on the discussion that Cody mentioned earlier regarding thinking about what is the appropriate level of the NPR and has it been a successful tool for tracking and for motivating schools to enhance and increase their rates of licensure. Paul or Vince, do you have any other comments?
All right. I think there's a motion. Put that up there. So resolved that the 2026 minimum cumulative 5-year bar passage rate NPR compliance report set forth in attachment A be received and filed, and is further resolved that the Committee of Bar Examiners finds that all 17 California accredited law schools have met the requirements of achieving an NPR of 40% or more as calculated by using the formula set forth in Rule 4.160D6, and that these NPR values should be posted on the State Bar's website as soon as possible. Is there a motion? Moved by Justice Messiwala. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ashley. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Adrian, please call the roll.
Bolton?
Yes.
Burns, not present. Cow, not present. Dill, not present. Gongora, not present. Kayajian?
Yes.
Kramer?
Yes.
Lawrence, not present. Lee? Justice Masiwala?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Poole, not present. Reed? Reyes?
Yes.
Judge Reyna?
Yes.
Silva Guzman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
And Yokelson.
Yes.
With 12 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Excellent. Next on the agenda is discussion of the 2025 California Accredited and Unaccredited Law School Performance Report and action, if appropriate, to determine the appropriate future metrics and performance targets for reporting. This item is being presented by the Office of Admissions Programs Director Cody Hunanian, Office of Admissions Principal Programs Analyst Natalie Leonard. So, Cody and Natalie?
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin and then I'll share it with Cody. I will give some background and then Cody will talk about some recommendations that we have for you to consider and discuss for future performance reports. The performance report is one of 2 key vehicles that we provide to you throughout the year to help keep you aware of the performance of the schools and the trends in the legal space. And then throughout the year, we also provide the monthly administrative updates that talk about new developments in legal education, accreditation, et cetera. So here we're talking about the law school performance report. The data is largely drawn from state bar exam test scores that are published and also annual reports from all of the schools that you regulate or monitor. Oh, sure. Yeah. How's that? Oh, that's so much better. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So just general characteristics about the law schools in 2025. There were 16 CALs. Those with a careful eye might say, hey, why did the NPR motion have 17? That's because we've got now Golden Gate in the CAL's portfolio, and they are providing their NPR through the teach-out students that are teaching out of their ABA teach-out. 2 unaccredited schools closed between 2024 and 2025, and 1 also converted to a CALS, and that's the Lincoln Law School of San Jose. You met with that dean, Dean Fuller, who's still here with us right now. In terms of the teaching modality, at this point, with the motion that you passed today, every one of the CALs offers at least some sort of hybrid option, or it might be teaching fully online. It's been a relatively quick adoption between 2020, when there were no such schools, to today, when now all such schools use that format. The enrollment in CALS reached an all-time high of 5,350 this year, and the average school has an enrollment of 334. So those numbers show you that the schools vary quite a bit in size. CALS range from 11 to 1,180 students, unaccredited from as small as 5 to up to 129 students. In terms of costs to complete a JD, the average at CALS for all years and all fees, $80,526, compared to $38,387 at unaccredited schools. When you're looking at an ABA profile, if you look at ABA standards, they will show you the tuition per year. Also, a general difference is we use the total cost of a JD because it might be a 3-year or a 4-year program. In the CALS and unaccredited portfolio. Historically, for ABA schools, that's always been a full-time, but these days we're starting to see many more additions of part-time programs for ABA and also accelerated programs as short as 2 years. Okay, next slide. Thank you. We talked about attrition quite a bit this morning, and this is a trended picture of first-year attrition rate by reason. And generally, the first-year attrition rates are consistently higher at unaccredited law schools compared with the CALS, although academic dismissal is pretty similar between the two of them. The gap between unaccredited and CALS total attrition largely reflects gaps in attrition due to other reasons. However, these reasons are student-reported reasons, so we don't always know if they have told us all of the reasons why they have done so. And in some cases, there might be issues with their academics, and they may have chosen to depart before then. Okay, next slide. Breaking down that first-year attrition rate by race, ethnicity, and also gender identity, you can see that Black, Asian, and multiracial students had higher attrition rates than the total at CALS, not much of a gender difference at all. And then in unaccredited law schools, 74% of Black students, 66% of Latino students are not returning for their second year. Gender differences also more pronounced, with 62% of men not returning for their second year in unaccredited law schools. Next slide. Here you can see the first-year law students exam pass rate just for the June administration. You can see both CALS and unaccredited, but keep in mind that generally the CALS students are only taking this exam if they are special students. They've only taken CLEP exams in order to satisfy their pre-legal, or they've been academically disqualified and they want to return and continue their legal education. But in contrast, the unaccredited students, all of them must take and pass this exam. Several years ago, as you know, the format of the exam was changed to an all multiple choice format, and so that's what's been going on for the last couple of years. Next slide. A comparison of the general bar exam pass rates. We just talked about the NPR, so that's a combined cumulative pass rate over 5 years. It's got to be over 40%. And then I just want to socialize you to these numbers, that the individual pass rate for exams would generally be less at most of the schools in order to make up that number, even though we see both the CALS and the unaccredited schools reporting NPRs over 40. Next slide. I want to turn it over to Cody now that we have a little bit of a shared background together to talk about some recommendations we have.
Yeah, in previous years, we've brought to the committee the annual performance report to file. We have found that this report, I think, has become a really invaluable tool for the committee to discuss its policymaking related to the law schools. And so this year, we are actually bringing with this item a discussion and recommendations for future improvements or enhancements to the report, and are seeking a direction from the CB on a couple of initial recommendations. So first and foremost, we believe that it would be valuable for future law school performance reports to report all of the metrics at the individual school level as well as the aggregate levels that we currently report. We believe that it's that in the purpose of reviewing the data that's in our law school inspections, the oversight and decision making for specific law school decisions, like the results of inspections and things like that, that being able to look at school specific data and make comparisons with that level of detail will be incredibly valuable. So that is one recommendation that we are bringing today. We have a second recommendation, and I'll describe these in more detail momentarily, but we believe that there's an opportunity to add 2 new performance metrics and to explore developing a third with future details to be brought to the committee at a later date if there is interest in pursuing that option. And then third, we would recommend that we develop a non-binding performance target for first-year attrition. And I will get into that in a little more detail, but I want to provide some context here. We have, in prior CBE meetings, had discussions about whether or not there should be some attrition requirement in the rules for law schools. And I think typically that has taken shape as some sort of attrition ceiling, a maximum allowed amount of attrition. I think there has been a challenge to come to a consensus about what that number would be or what that would look like. So instead, staff believe there is some value in establishing a non-binding target, monitoring law schools' performance against that target as a way to inform a future discussion if the committee is interested on a binding target in the future. And I'll get into that in just a moment. So a new metric, I'm going to put quotes around new, is that we believe bringing the NPR data that you just saw into the law school performance report would be valuable. We have mentioned several times today, the CALs have to maintain an NPR. The unaccredited law schools don't have to maintain it, but we currently require that they report the numbers. So we currently have validated NPR percentages for all of our law schools. We think there's some value in adding this to performance report for a couple of reasons. One, we think it adds more color to the data around bar exam outcomes. This would allow the committee to consider not just outcomes per an individual exam, but to think about outcomes with regard to the 5-year window, meaning what are the outcomes for students over multiple administrations and years. I think maybe a kind of a subtle but also important piece here is that right now for the committee to have a full picture of law school's performance, we have to point to several sources of information. We will point to that NPR table that you just saw in the previous item. We'll point to the law school performance report. Bringing them together into one report, I think just makes a lot of sense. Pretty straightforward how we would report this. It would be a table as we just saw. I teased earlier that we would have some of the unaccredited law school NPR numbers. Here they are. Right now, we have all of our current unaccredited law schools well above the 40%, and we have some as high as 85% NPR. Now, a truly new metric. We are really continuing to think of bar exam outcomes as maybe one of the most important measurements of a law school's performance. And we believe that there's value in, again, adding more color to the bar exam data. And what we think would be great opportunities would be to add to the performance report the average and total number of attempts necessary to pass the California bar exam. And the rationale here, again, is to kind of better describe the outcomes of students over time and the barriers that may exist for ultimate passage. So we've provided some initial data here. You'll see at the bottom, our thinking is that we would report both the total number that passed, the total number that did not pass, the average number of attempts for both of those groups, as well as a kind of a distribution of those who, proportion of that group is in their first, second, third, or fourth plus attempt. You can see some interesting trends here. Currently, among the students who passed the July 2025 bar exam, 80% of Cal's students who passed, it was their first attempt. 70% of unaccredited students that passed, it was their first attempt. What we see that's kind of maybe more interesting is among the groups that did not pass, there's a large proportion, particularly among the unaccredited schools, who are on their fourth plus attempt. So this is a recommended addition to the report. We, at the direction of the committee, would like to explore developing a new metric, an entirely new metric, which would be a cumulative 3 administration first-year law students exam pass rate metric. This would look a lot like the NPR, but it would tell us more about the passage of the first-year law students exam over a window of time. We are not proposing a formula today. We'd like the committee's direction to pursue this, but I can give you just a kind of a general description of how we would develop this. We believe one approach could be to define a cohort, meaning for each administration, we would define the students who it was their first exam where they were eligible to sit for that exam. We would then, over the next 3 administrations, describe the passage of that cohort and what number of attempt it was for them. And so we would have these cohorts and these 3 administration rolling windows for which to communicate this first year cumulative pass rate. We would like to, at the direction of the committee, kind of start to engage the law schools about what this formula would look like. Again, we're not bringing it forward now because we want kind of a sign off from the committee to pursue this. But if so, the next step will be a future CS BARS meeting in which we'll discuss some of the concerns that should be included in the formula. Things like one of the assumptions in using this cohort model is that we assume most students actually sit for their first eligible attempt. We'd like some guidance there. There's questions to be asked about how to treat students who've experienced attrition and whether they should be kind of associated with their last school's minimum first year pass rate. So there's some outstanding questions that would impact the formula, partly why we haven't proposed a formula. But if there's just general interest among committee members to explore this metric, we would like to start with law school engagement. And lastly, this is probably the most kind of notable piece. This is the non-binding performance target. We have found, looking at the data from previous performance reports, that most student attrition occurs between the first and second year of law school. So we are recommending at this time that we start with a first-year attrition performance target. Because there has not been a consensus in the past among members about establishing a binding maximum rate, that is partly why we are bringing today the idea of developing this non-binding performance target. What that means is that future reports would have this target communicated. It'd be add to some of the visuals in which we're showing pass rates, or excuse me, attrition rates, and we would, as we mentioned earlier, be reporting at a school level. So we would have the ability to look at all of our law schools' first-year attrition rates, compare them to this target, whatever number that might be, for the purposes purely of just of trending and analysis of the current landscape. The whole purpose, again, being to bring to the committee more information that could help them decide in the future whether or not they want to engage again on setting a requirement, and I think most importantly, giving them some insights to what that number could be, because that, I think, has been really the roadblock in creating a new rule requirement in the past. So how would we do this? Again, we don't have the specifics here yet. We're looking for guidance and direction, but generally, I think we would look at the first 4 years of first-year attrition data from all of our law schools, the last 4 years. We would bring forward some trended data over time. We would show the overall attrition rates. We would communicate year-to-year changes to make sure that it's not a volatile measurement, that it's relatively stable, so it actually has use as a performance metric and target. And then again, there'd be this level of law school engagement. So then we would, bring to both the committee and CS bars and our law school discussions the findings from this initial analysis of the first 4 years, and start to discuss what could be both an appropriate target for a non-binding target, and use that as the starting point for a discussion for future binding requirements. So yeah, that's really it. We want to bring, as I mentioned, to a future discussion, more specifics about the proposed metric to develop and the proposed attrition rate performance target. And if there's any committee member feedback, we'd welcome it here. But as I mentioned, generally just seeking direction on how to proceed with these recommendations.
All right. We have a lot to talk about on this, but we're getting short on time.
Yeah.
So I'd like to talk just about attrition, because I know that's that's something that's very concerning to members. So Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, as everyone probably discerns, I'm very interested in this topic. Not clear what setting a non-binding target does that just collecting the data wouldn't do, though.
I think we're thinking it has several impacts. So one, we feel that by setting a non-binding performance target, the committee is at least signaling what could be, preferable level of performance. And we would use that engaging with our law schools to kind of determine how feasible it is to kind of meet that performance target if it was binding. So the purpose being that it suggests where the committee's at without really leading to any compliance consequences for the law schools as we're kind of figuring this out.
What happens if they don't meet a binding metric?
Well, a binding metric or performance target would be like our MPR, and that would mean that they are out of compliance and can lead to probation and termination. The challenge has been, if we wanted to create a requirement related to attrition on that front, that I think it's been difficult to answer the question of what should that number be. So this provides a pilot, essentially, with low stakes pilot as an opportunity to start to understand this.
Do the attrition statistics take into account people who've transferred? I'm not sure how often it happens, but does somebody transfer from a Cal accredited to a ABA accredited?
Well, and now you can correct me if I'm wrong. We get this data through our annual compliance report, and I think our transfer data is captured elsewhere, right?
Yeah, so we can look at transfer and non-transfer to some extent. Again, it is somewhat student reported. Sometimes the schools don't always know when a student has transferred, but we have an estimate. And if we were to use that as one of the elements, we could make more robust questions for the schools.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem fair that they get dinged for an attrition when somebody's actually transferred to a ABA accredited school, for example. So
Yeah,
I don't know how significant that is, but.
And there are other reasons that maybe shouldn't count against the school as well. If somebody legitimately decides after a year, even though they were making academic progress, that I see what lawyers do now, and I don't want a piece of that.
Right.
I think that's that doesn't bother me as much as somebody who was admitted, who really wasn't capable of making academic progress. That's on the school. The schools have said to us, that whether it's the nature of their demographic or whatever, that our students maybe have mental health issues, or they have family issues, caregiver issues, that we couldn't have anticipated when we admitted them. But they can't really provide, or haven't been willing to so far, a breakdown of how that relates to their specific attrition rate. So yeah, it's very nuanced. I'm all for gathering the data. to pick a number today, I think is, I don't want to be in the exercise of picking a number that everyone satisfies today. So it's a standard, because, well, that might be hard here because we have some very, I think almost everyone would agree, objectively unsatisfactory rates in some of our schools. But yeah, I'm all for collecting the data. I don't know that, I wouldn't want this effort to be held up while we came up with a non-binding target. I don't think that's critical to the exercise.
Cody, would it be fine to simply today resolve to start collecting this data?
Yeah.
So we can do a more nuanced
Yeah, we're
approach
certainly
later?
not looking to pick that number today. What we want from the committee is, is this of interest to begin pursuing these options? And we'll come back with kind of more a more specific proposal on the attrition target and the first year law students exam, cumulative pass rate metric.
Looking around the room and seeing the nods, I think the committee's interested.
Yeah, if there's no objection, that's enough for us to go and get more specifics and come back to a future discussion. And just one piece on that the committee can re-engage on whether it should be binding or non-binding at that later discussion as well.
Do whatever we want. We're the
That's true.
All right. I say that as the outgoing chair. All right. Thank you. Let's move on. It's getting late in the day.
Do we have a resolution for that?
Do we need a resolution? I thought it was simply the committee.
Let me just confirm our language, because might at least file the performance report. Let's
We
see.
have a report to file.
Let's see. Reporting. I think we usually do file it, but at this point, I think the entire resolution is actually directed at directing staff to begin this work. But it sounds like perhaps the committee would prefer to just defer action now, and we'll come forward with more information at a later date.
I think that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Moving on to staff report, Donna had to catch a plane. She's got all kinds of stuff going on, which I won't go into, but she had to catch a plane. So Cody, I understand you're going to handle the staff report?
I think it's primarily me. I'm bringing it up
Oh,
right now.
Tara. There you are, Tara. And by the way, everybody, Tara is under the weather today, too. So thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, sorry about not being able to join you. So thank you. Give me 1 second to bring this
You
one
got
up.
good reasons. Go for it.
Trying to share my screen. Okay, so we will make this brief. We just have a quick update for you on both the June and the October first year's law students exam. So the June exam, the results were administered earlier this month, and you'll see, so it was a 27.6% pass rate. We have 66 of the applicants passed, and we had a post-exam survey, pretty low response rate, 36%. The next slide will show some of those highlights. And then the October exam will be administered on October 17th. The application opened on June 1st and closes on September 15th. As of today, we're actually up to 117 applications. Typically, as you may recall, we see around 200 to 250 applicants for this exam. And then for our newer committee members, just so you're aware, so the first year law students exam, also known as the baby bar, is the exam that those who attend our unaccredited law schools or they participate in our law office study program or do not meet the undergraduate requirements have to take. So that way it's kind of that knowledge check before they continue with their legal education. They have the first 3 administrations after they're eligible to pass the exam and receive full credit for their legal studies. If they pass after the first 3 administrations, they'll only receive credit for that first year of study. Okay, and so just very briefly, here's a slide on the preliminary findings of the survey. You'll see that almost half of these students reported working a full 40 hours a week or more while studying for the exam, and about 2/3 of them work full-time during law school to finance their education. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see that the majority of the applicants are still satisfied with their exam experience. And moving on. So we had our July exam, as you know. Thank you to those committee members who visited our sites. So we had approximately 8,205 applicants take the exam. Right now we have 105 applicants marked as no-shows, meaning that they did not withdraw, but did not sit for it. We had our post-exam survey that was administered on August 10th, and it'll close later this month. And so we'll present those results at a future meeting. Our results are anticipated to be released on November 6th around 4 p.m. And then, so this was the last exam for those applicants who were eligible for the score adjustment from the November study experiment, as well as the fee waiver from the February 2025 bar exam to use those. So you'll see the breakdown approximately for the remaining waivers. Applicants do still have until October to submit any medical refunds, so those numbers might change slightly, but regardless, this was their last opportunity to use that exam. And I think that's it.
So does that mean that of the possible waivers, 80% have been used now?
Yes, that's what we have as of about a week ago when we did the slide.
All right, thank you. Were there any other questions, staff? All right, that pretty much concludes the open agenda meeting items. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and then actually a 5-minute break. We'll make this very quickly and then go in the closed session. For members of the public, I recommend checking back in around maybe 10 minutes to 4. I'm not sure we'll be back then, but it'll be a fairly short closed session. So let's close now, and we'll be back in closed session at 3:20. And those of you who are attending remotely, switch out on the links. Thank you.
That's for IT to come back to go to open.
I thought Adrian.
Good job. I can. I sure can.
Good job.
You know,
Go in.
Adrian is a person, a jack of all trades.
Let's go. Adrian, when did you get notice that you were going to be doing this?
Last night.
It's like, put me in, coach. Thank you, everybody. We are back in live session. There is nothing to report out from the closed session. Is there any further business before the committee? Seeing none, I declare this meeting adjourned. And thank you, everybody, for a great year. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was thinking about having you come over here and do that.
Not yet.